Spiritual Life, A Perspective. Chapters 6 and 7 of 11 chapters. Thanks and gratitude to the Divine Life Society. The Divine Life https www.7ondaonline.org. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life, A Perspective. Chapter 6. Ideal Life for Women by Swami Sivananda. In ancient India, women were revered as the goddess. Some scriptures described them as the embodiment of Shakti or the primordial energy. She was and worshipped as Devi. Women also had many duties and responsibilities to fulfill, and high expectations were placed on them. They had to be the embodiment of virtues as well as devoted to their husbands and children. If they were renunciates, they would follow the highest ideal of self-control and purity. In the modern age, as a result of the passage of time and extensive social changes, there appears to be a lack of clear understanding as to how women should live an ideal spiritual life. To meet the long-felt need, revered Swami Chidananda expressed the wish for a book to be brought regarding the concept of purity for women and leading the ideal spiritual life. The articles on these pages are extracts from the book Women and the Ideal of Purity, compiled by members of Sivananda Ashram Matri Satsang, and we are grateful for their permission to use materials from the book. 6.1 Modesty-moving in God, Women and Brahmacharya. Sri Swami Sivananda, an aspirant, writes, I would like to know whether the same theory regarding the formation of vira and loss of the same holds good in the case of women also. Are they actually affected to the same extent as men? The question is an important and pertinent one. Yes. Indulgence in the sexual act is exhausting to the female system and a drain upon the vitality as in man. The nervous strain it imposes on the system is very great indeed. The female gonads, the ovaries corresponding to the testes in the males, produce, develop and mature precious vital force like semen. This is the ovum, though the woman does not actually lose this out of her body, as in the case of semen in man. Yet, due to the sexual act, it leaves the ovaries and is taken up in the process of conception to form the embryo. And one knows only too well what a strain and drain on strength childbearing is to a woman. Repeated depletion of this force and the strain of childbirth makes wrecks of healthy ladies and works havoc with their strength, beauty and grace as well as their youth and mental power. Eyes lose their luster and sparkle that are indicative of the inner forces. The intense sensuous excitement of the act shatters the nervous system and causes debility too. Their system being more delicate and high-strung, females are often more affected than men. Women should preserve their precious vital force. The ovum and the hormones secreted by the ovaries are very essential for the maximum physical and mental well-being of women. Secret of health and longevity. Pure air, pure water, wholesome food, physical exercise, outdoor games, walking with brisk steps, rowing, swimming, light games all contribute to the maintenance of good health, strength and a high standard of vitality. There are indeed many ways to gain health and strength. These ways are doubtless indispensably requisite. But Brahmacharya is the most important of all. Without Brahmacharya, all your exercises are nothing. It is the master key for opening the realms of health and happiness. It is the cornerstone of the edifice of bliss and unalloyed felicity. After Dhanvantari had taught all the details about Ayurveda to his disciples, they inquired about the keynote of this medical science. The master replied, I tell you that Brahmacharya is truly a precious jewel. It is the one most effective medicine nectar indeed which destroys diseases, decay and death. For attaining peace, brightness, memory, knowledge, health and self-realization, one should observe Brahmacharya, which is the highest dharma. Brahmacharya is the highest knowledge. Brahmacharya is the greatest strength. Of the nature of Brahmacharya is verily this Atma, and in Brahmacharya it resides. Saluting Brahmacharya first. The case is beyond cure. I cure. Brahmacharya can undo all the inauspicious signs. Practice of Brahmacharya gives good health, inner strength, peace of mind and long life. It invigorates the mind and the nerves. It helps to conserve physical and mental energy. It augments memory, will force and brain power. It bestows tremendous strength, vigor and vitality. Strength and fortitude are obtained. The eye is the window of the mind. If the mind is pure and calm, the eye also is calm and steady. One who is established in Brahmacharya will have lustrous eyes, a sweet voice and a beautiful complexion. Women also should observe the vow of celibacy. They also can remain as Naishthik Brahmacharinas, lifelong celibates, like Mirabai, and devote themselves to the service and devotion of God. Or they can do Brahmacharya like Girgi and Sulabha. Sulabha was a very learned lady. She was born in a royal family. She was a brahmacharini. She was instructed in the religion of emancipation. She observed the practice of asceticism. She was firm in the practices that belonged to the mode of life she led. She was steady in her vows. She never uttered a word without reflecting on its propriety. She was a yogini. She led the life of a sannyasini. She appeared before Janaka in his court and had a great discussion with him on Brahma Vidya, or the science of the self. Girgi was also a brahmacharini. She also was a highly cultured lady. She also had a lengthy discussion with Yajnavalkya on Brahma Vidya. The dialogue between them comes in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Change the drishti, or angle of vision. A man or a woman should practice self-analysis and self-examination. They should have a proper understanding of the ways in which lust operates and plays, and the things and emotions which excite passion, and the manner in which one falls a victim to the other. Then only control of lust is possible. It demands a subtle intellect and careful repeated introspection and vigilant watch. Women should entertain the Pitta Bhava or Isvara Bhava or Atma Bhava towards males. Men should entertain Mother Bhava or Isvari Bhava or Atma Bhava towards females. Brother Bhava or Sister Bhava will not suffice. You may fail. Keeping of sister bhava in men and brother bhava in women will not help much in the eradication of sex attraction and impure thoughts. The sister bhava and brother bhava have deceived and deluded many. Pure love will degenerate at any moment into passion when one is careless and non-vigilant. Cobra bhava only will help the sadhaks to a very great extent. After cobra bhava comes the mother bhava in men and father bhava in women. Then lastly comes atma bhava in both. Real struggling aspirants only can realize this well. Not dry philosophers. Change the bhava, change the mental attitude. You will have heaven on earth. You will be established in Brahmacharya. This is an important method for becoming a true Brahmacharya or a Brahmacharini. Reject all names and forms and take only the underlying essence. Asti Bhati Priya or Sat Chitananda. All names and forms are unreal. They are unreal like shadows. Water in the mirage and blueness in the sky. Papa answers. Swami Papa Ramdas. Devotee. What is Papa's opinion about young unmarried women dedicating their lives for God realization? And what is Papa's message to such girl aspirants? Papa. They must be like Mira. Then only dedication is alright. They must be made of God. Then no rules and regulations can bind them. All dharmas are abandoned. Mira had transcended all dharmas. She looked upon God as everything. Her mind was completely concentrated upon God. One day her husband came to her and said, I am your wedded husband. You must have some consideration for me. Give me at least a portion of your love. She replied, Krishna has robbed my entire heart. There is nothing left for you. Even if I want to love you, where from can I get that love? That was her condition. If their condition is like that, unmarried girls can dedicate their lives to God. It is a very hard life. Mira had to suffer so much from her own relations. They wanted to kill her in so many ways. All sorts of indignities were heaped upon her. Mira was day and night intoxicated with the idea of God. That is the preparation for dedication. Then they won't care for or seek anybody's advice. They go headlong. But God must bring about such a dedication. It must be by His will and grace, not by our effort. What can we puny creatures do? Sita in the Asoka Vana was complaining to Hanuman, I am thinking of Rama so much that I may someday become Rama. Then where is Sita for Rama? Hanuman said, Rama is thinking always of you. So he will become Sita, and, therefore, Rama and Sita will continue to be. This is the kind of dedication we should have. It is not merely saying by word of mouth. Devotees who have dedicated their lives to God are really stark mad for Him. Ramdas was called a madman when he was after God with all his heart. 6.2 Woman. The Power Divine. Parasakti manifest as woman. All hail to thee. Thou art the great liberator of souls entrapped in the meshes of ignorance and desire. Thou art the power divine that rules all the worlds. Man, look up to her with the purest vision, your heart aflame with faith and devotion. See the light and glory of motherhood in all women of this blessed earth. Be free from lust, greed and wrath. Remember Maitreyi, Girgi, Sita, Savitri, the world mother Parvati, spouse of Shiva, the jewel Sharada, the consort of Ramakrishna, Mirabai, the star among Krishna's devotees. These are all illuminated women, the very incarnations of light and purity. Their holy names are ambrosia to your stricken soul. Meditate on them and make your mind dazzle with the splendor of God. Vaunt not with pride that you are great and wise. Say not, woman is the cause of man's fall. Man falls by his own weakness and folly. Forget not, O man, you are woman born. Woman is mother, be her child. Only then you have hope of redemption, the final release from bondage of sense desires that hurl you to the doom. Blame her not, tarnish not her fair name by words of slight and sneer. Wake up, shed your arrogance and seek peace of salvation at her feet. Be humble before all living images of the Almighty Mother of the Universe. She is your savior. Bow to her. If you would have real peace and freedom, get her grace and be blessed and ever blessed. Swami Paparamdas. 6. 2. 1 Shangamitra. Sanghamitra was the great daughter of the great Emperor Asoka, who after his conversion to Buddhism spent his life in the propagation of the Dharma. The education of Sanghamitra and her brother Mahendra received the special attention of their father. At this time the prince was 20 years of age and the princess about 18. Both were handsome, sweet-tempered, intelligent and possessed great humility. Their close association with bhikshus and the moral and spiritual fervor of their environment made a deep impression on their young hearts. When Asoka wished to appoint his son as heir to his throne, a teacher came to him and said, "He alone is a true friend of the Dharma who can dedicate his children to it." The king responded to these words, and turning towards his children with a loving look said, "Are you prepared to take the vow of lifelong poverty, chastity and service to the world?" At this question of the king, the pure and innocent hearts of Mahendra and Sanghamitra were delighted beyond measure. A desire to serve the Sangha had already been born in their hearts, but they all along imagined that the duties and obligations of their royal descent would not permit them to renounce the world. But now with one voice they replied, "It would be a great destiny for us if we could be instrumental in spreading the message of universal love as taught by the compassionate Lord Buddha. If you will give us permission, we will join the order and achieve that end and purpose of human life." Asoka's heart was filled with joy to hear these words of renunciation from the lips of his children. He then sent word to the Sangha that Asoka had dedicated his children in the service of the Lord Tathagata. Soon the news spread throughout the town of Patalipatra and the kingdom of Magadha, and the people rejoiced to hear of the high resolve and selflessness of parent and children. Mahendra was renamed Dharmapala and Sanghamitra was henceforth known as Ayupali. Both were initiated into the order and began earnestly to follow the ways of the Lord. At the age of 32 Mahendra was sent to Singhaladvipa, the island of Ceylon. Tishfa, who was then the reigning king there, was astonished to see the handsome face of Mahendra illumined with the light of spiritual knowledge. With great devotion and reverence the king welcomed him and treated him as a royal guest. Mahendra began his teachings, and thousands of men and women became his followers. After some time, Princess Angela of Ceylon and 500 of her women companions decided to renounce their homes and families and join the order of Buddhist nuns. Thus it became imperative to find a suitable woman to teach and train these novitiates. Mahendra wrote to his father asking him if Sanghamitra could be sent to the island to work amongst the Sinhalese women. When Sanghamitra heard of her brother's request, her happiness was unbounded and she left immediately for her new destination. This was the first time in the history of India that the daughter of a great emperor, well trained and educated, set out to give the message of peace and love to the women of a foreign land, and the enthusiasm with which this news was greeted by the Indian people can hardly be imagined. It is said that when Sanghamitra arrived in Sinhala, seeing her radiant purity, her garb of utter renunciation and the nobility and peace that were stamped on her brow, the people were struck with wonder and became motionless as the figures of a painted picture. She soon established a nunnery and took charge of the training of the nuns. Due to the untiring labors of both brother and sister, the whole of Ceylon was converted to Buddhism. A great city called Anuradhapura was built in the center of the island. Huge stupas and dilapidated stone buildings extending for miles and miles give us an idea of their attainments. Large figures of Buddha in meditation, preaching the law or entering nirvana, were built and remind us even now of the glory of the Buddhist age. In Mahavamsa it is written, Sanghamitra attained complete knowledge. While living on the island she performed many meritorious deeds for the propagation of the Dharma. And when she died the king of Sinhala performed her last rites with elaborate ceremony as a fitting tribute to her memory. 2000 years have passed, but the torch of love and truth lighted by Mahendra and Sanghamitra burns to this day in the island of Ceylon. Taken from Women Saints of East and West by Ramakrishna Vedanta Center, London, 6. 2. Sant Muktabai. While Muktabai was hailed as the incarnation of goddess Adi Shakti or Sarasvati, the primordial power of the supreme reality, her three brothers, the Mahayogis Nivriti, Jnanadev and Sapandev, were the incarnations of Bhagavan Sadashiva, Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma. The family underwent great humiliation from society. Vithalp and was criticized and rejected by the people of the village, who did not accept the idea of a sannyasi re-entering grihastashrama life. Thus, he became an outcast and went to live with Rukmanibai on the banks of the river Indrayani, on the outskirts of Alandi. They led a life of prayer, contemplation and devotion in accordance with the scriptures, and thus was the ground prepared for the incarnation of the Almighty in the form of four children. Nivriti, Jnanadev, Sapandev and Muktabai were born in 1190, 1193. 1196 and 1199. respectively. When the children went to the village of Sidbat for bhiksha, alms, they were stoned and abused. This was endured with patience, for the children were firm in their pursuit of Brahmavidya. Vithalpant approached the Pandits, Brahmin scholars, in Alandi for the performance of the sacred thread ceremony, so that his children would be accepted by society. His request was refused by the Pandits. Instead they sentenced Vithalpant and Rukminabai to death. Even after this, the children were not spared from social torture. Jnanadev became so disgusted with the abuse by society that he decided to give up his body through samadhi. He locked himself inside the family hut and started to prepare himself. Nivriti and Supandev pleaded with him not to leave them, but to no avail. Then Muktabai returned from the river and very lovingly, with a maturity and insight far beyond her young years, she began pleading with Jnanadev to open the door, and to give up his drastic plan. Muktabai's outpourings, which later became known as Tatishapang, were deeply inspiring in their effect. "Oh my beloved brother, please open the door. How can you be angry with your own self? The whole world is our self. When one hand is trying to scratch the other hand and in that process blood seeps out, would one cut off the hand that is scratching? If one bites one's tongue with one's own teeth, would anybody try to destroy the teeth? Oh my beloved brother, do I need to tell you the qualities of a yogi who is ever in a tranquil state of mind and who calmly bears the insults and injuries inflicted upon him by the world? Even if the world is burning with the wrath of fire and jealousy, it is our duty to pour water over this fire and try to extinguish it. The world is holding a weapon of cruel words, but we have to accept this as a means for improving ourselves. What is this world and its beings? It is like the warp of a cloth woven with the Brahmic thread. That is, our own part, as we are Brahman itself. Oh my beloved brother, do I need to tell you who a son is? He is a son who is full of affection and kindness and compassion for others, and who is the very embodiment of forgiveness. He is not touched by greed. He has absolutely crushed his feeling of ego sense. He only can be called a true Virakta, unattached to worldly things, whose every word is the flow of Jnana Ganga, stream of knowledge. How can he be tainted by the superimposed sounds in the air? Please open the door. Oh brother, is it so very easy to become a son? One has to eat and digest grams made of iron balls. Then only can one become established in the Brahmic state. One has to bear all sorts of injuries and insults. The mind naturally tends to run to hundreds of different places. It has to be brought under control through persuasion and by force. Please open the door. Oh brother, for one who has attained that state of purity of mind, God realization is very near. Do I have to tell you this? You, who are Jnanadev, the Lord of Knowledge, your heart is like the flow of the pure Ganges. You have no difficulties in crossing over this ocean of samsara. But if you are displeased with the world, then who is to uplift the people and take them ashore? The whole world will plunge into darkness. I plead with you, O my brother, your own self, your little sister and child is calling you. Please open the door. Jnanadev heard this from inside. His heart melted with every word that Muktabai spoke. His anger subsided completely, and he rushed out and took Muktabai in his arms, for she had reminded him of his mission. On one occasion, Muktabai wished to cook sweet buns for her brothers. So she set off to the village to get a clay plate from the potter to roast them. A prominent leader of the village, Visoba, who was very cruel to the children, scolded her and ordered the village potters to refuse her request. As she returned home, she was weeping with sadness. Jnanadev asked her to prepare the dough. He then bent down, touching the floor with his hands and heated his back red hot, asking Muktabai to roast the buns on it. She did so and happily gave them to her brothers. With shock and amazement, secretly watching this miracle through a window, Visobacharya realized the power of these extraordinary children. He rushed inside the hut and picked up the crumbs of the buns as their prasad. Seeing this, Muktabai exclaimed, "O Kachara, mule, turn back." These words completely transformed his heart. He fell at their feet, crying and begging their forgiveness. When he asked them to accept him as their disciple, Nivriti requested Muktabai to initiate him. After that, Visoba left the village in order to spend the rest of his life in deep contemplation and sadhana. He achieved self-realization and became the guru of Sant Namdev. The tests continued for the children. They were asked to go to Pathan, which is the seat of great Vedic scholars and pandits, for a letter of appraisal that would enable them to be accepted by society. But here too, they were mocked at by the pandits for being the children of a sannyasi. On this occasion, Jnanadev performed another extraordinary miracle and proved the oneness of all beings by placing his hands on a buffalo and causing a flow of Vedic chants to emerge from its mouth. Realizing the greatness of the children, the pandits repented and became their followers. The suffering of the children was thus brought to an end, and they were accepted by all as great saints. Everywhere people followed them and listened with great awe to their discourses and their singing of bhajans. When they reached Nusa, Nivriti asked 12-year-old Jnanadev to expound the Srimad Bhagavad Gita in Marathi to the crowds of devotees who used to gather around them each day. It was here that the Jnaneshwari and Amritanubhava were composed by Jnanadev. Since then, wherever they went, people flocked to them and became their disciples. They were responsible for giving salvation to Changdev, who was a great yogi, aged 1,400 years, but suffered from pride in his extraordinary achievements. His ego was obstructing his advancement. Hearing of the glory of the 4 yogi children, Changdev was perplexed and wanted to test them. Hence, he sent them a note, but not knowing how to address them, he sent a blank paper. When the paper reached the children, Muktabai laughed at his ego-filled foolishness. Nivriti asked Jnaneshwar to write on this paper, and Jnaneshwar wrote 65 verses, the quintessence of Vedanta. This paper was returned to Changdev, who could not understand the verses. Therefore, he decided to meet the children and directly show them his power. He made this trip sitting upon a tiger, with a serpent in his hand as a whip, and was followed by thousands of his disciples. When the children saw him coming, they patted the wall upon which they were sitting. It became their vehicle. It rose up into the air, flying to meet Changdev, who was amazed to see this inanimate wall coming towards him. He realized the greatness of the children and prostrated at their feet and humbly approached them, wishing to be accepted as their disciple. Jnaneshwar told him the real meaning of surrendering the egoistic head to God, the Almighty, because that is the main obstruction in the path towards realization. Muktabai then initiated him and removed from his mind all doubts and ignorance. Likewise, Muktabai was responsible for removing the covering in the mind of Sant Namdev. When they met Namdev in Pandapa, Nivriti, Jnaneshwar and Sapandev, in humility, prostrated before him, Namdev was filled with pride, because everyone in Pandapa regarded him as a great son. Muktabai, with great compassion for this sincere devotee, wished to remove this short-sightedness by giving him the cosmic vision. Thus, she did not fall at his feet, as her brothers did, but requested Gaurakumbha, the potterson, to test the pots. Gaurakumbha understood and with his testing rod, began hitting the heads of Nivriti, Jnanadev, Sapandev and other saints who were present. All of them remained calm and quiet, upon which Gaurakumbha proclaimed them fully baked. When he hit Namdev on the head, Namdev began shouting at him. Thus Gaurakumbha proclaimed him half-baked. Namdev was furious at this insult and ran to Lord Vittala in the temple. The Lord told him that they were right because he was seeing God only in Lord Vittala, rather than as the all-pervading creative presence. He was asked to go to Visobhakacha, and through his practical teaching Namdev became fully enlightened. When his earthly mission was fulfilled, Jnaneshwar took Sanjeevani Samadhi while alive, at Alandi, at the age of 22 years. 3 months later, Sapandev took Sanjeevani Samadhi at Sathwad. Muktabai, absorbed in thoughts of the Supreme, determined that her work too was complete. On the banks of the Tapi River, amidst a great storm, Muktabai closed her eyes, and as a flash of lightning streaked across the sky and disappeared. Thus, she became liberated from earthly bonds. 1 month later, Nivriti, the eldest brother and their guru, took Sanjeevani Samadhi at Trambakeshwar. Muktabai, who was graced with an intuitive knowledge of the self at a very early age, gave the essence of Advaita Vedanta as follows. What is this universe? It is Brahman. When Maya is uprooted, the deeply moving words of her Tatishabhanga continue to live with us. An expression of the great compassion and philosophical truth that motivated Muktabai's life. 6. 2. 3 Andal, Sri Swami Sivananda. Andal is said to be the incarnation of Goddess Earth or Bhudevi, one of the 3 consorts of Lord Vishnu. She was specially sent down here to earth to reveal the delight of divine love. She was born at Srivilipatha in Ramanathapuram district in South India. She was found under a tulasi bush in the flower garden of Periyalwar in South India. Periyalwar took the child to the local temple, saying, "This priceless treasure is but thine, meant for thy service." A heavenly voice spoke, "Periyalwar, call this divine child Kothai and nurse her as your own daughter." Kothai means beautiful like a garland of flowers. She was called Andal because she obtained the grace and love of Lord Ranganatha. Andal was a lovely and remarkable child. When she prattled, it was only the name of Lord Hari. She did not play like the other girls. She collected flowers and prepared garlands for the Lord. She worked in the flower garden with her father. She sang the Lord's glory. She found delight in hearing or reading the Puranas. Andal was intensely devoted to Lord Ranganatha of Srirangam. She ever thought of Ranga. She ever praised Ranga. She reached the pinnacle of Madhurya Bhava, the attitude of lover and beloved. Her father used to make flower garlands for the Lord every morning. After that he went for a bath and then offered the garland at the temple. But one day the priest found a hair in it. Sad at heart, Periyalwar made a new garland and brought it to the temple. But the next morning, instead of going for a bath, he secretly watched his daughter through the window. He saw how Andal was wearing the garland meant for the Lord, dance and admire her beauty in the mirror, saying, "Will I be accepted by my sweet Lord Ranganatha? Am I beautiful enough to kindle his love?" She was in great joy and bliss. Her father ran to her and said, "Oh my beloved daughter, what are you doing? You have polluted the garland meant for the Lord. Please do not do this in future." Periyalwar prepared fresh garlands and offered them to the Lord. But that night he had a dream. The Lord appeared and said, "The garlands worn by Andal are very sweet to me. Offer those alone to me. She is my bride, the goddess of earth, who has incarnated in human form. Bring only the garlands worn by her." From that day onwards Andal was known as Sadikodithanachaya, meaning one who wore the garlands herself and then gave them to the Lord. Andal was like a gopi. She loved Sri Krishna like a gopi. She had intense longing for Sri Krishna, along with her playmates. Andal used to enact scenes from Sri Krishna's life. Her beautiful poems, Thirupavai and Nichaya Thiramosi, give a delightful description of such scenes and are full of great sweetness and charm. Periyalwar began to search for a bridegroom for Andal in his own community. Andal said to her father, "I will not marry a mortal. My mind is centered on Lord Ranganatha of Srirangam. He is my husband. He is my Lord. He is my all. Let the lovely hands of Sri Krishna alone possess me. I will marry only Lord Ranganatha." Then Periyalwar had a dream in which Lord Ranganatha of Srirangam directed him to bring his daughter to that sacred place in a bridal dress. A similar dream was experienced by the executive officers of the Srirangam temple. Andal was taken to Srirangam in her 14th year. She saw the Lord on his sesha couch inside the sanctum. The desire of her life was fulfilled. At once Andal became one with him. She showed to the world the glory of devotion to the Lord. Andal sang Thirupave when she was only 5 years of age. This contains 30 verses of great charm and beauty. Nachaya Thirumozhi reveals Andal's devotion to the Lord. She prays to Karma in her longing to see Lord Krishna. She falls at the feet of the cuckoo. She sends a cloud as her messenger. She enjoys him in her dream. She requests her father and relatives to take her to where he is. Eventually the Lord appears and accepts Andal. Andal sings, "Wake up, O lovely ones of sweet Vrindavan." Birds have started their singing. The temple conch is blown. Do you not hear this sound? Do you not hear the sound of the curd churned by the gopis? Are you deaf? Let us take bath in the sparkling Yamuna and behold Lord Krishna, the flute bearer of Vrindavan, the joy of Devaki, and worship him with fresh flowers. Wake up, O daughters. Do not sleep anymore. Open your door. The lotus opens. Are you still sleeping? Shame. Arise. Be quick. The Brahma Muhurta will go away. This is the best time for singing the Lord's glory, for prayer and meditation. Glory to thy feet which are worshipped by the yogis, which measured the 3 worlds. Glory to thee, O lion that came roaring out of the pillar to protect Prahlada and to tear the dreadful Hiranya. Glory to thee, O Saviour who danced on the hood of Kailash. Glory to thee, O Yogi who multiplied in the Rasalila dance and pleased the thirsty gopis. 6. 2. 4. Dr Devaki Kutty, Sri Swami Chidananda. Worshipful homage to the eternal and infinite supreme universal spirit, the Paramatma. This is a tribute to Dr Devaki Kutty, my spiritual sister, due to her discipleship to our most revered Guru Bhagavan, H.H. Param Puja Sri Swami Sivanandaji Maharaj. She was something of a mini phenomenon in her own personality and daily activities. All religions believe that God is an ocean of compassion. He is the one being we can turn to when we have no one else. This is the truth, and it is also a fact. However, in this world the Supreme Universal Spirit does not personally come down to attend to all our aches, pains, problems and complications. He manifests his divine grace and active help through chosen human instruments that have proved worthy of being thus used as channels by their exemplary lives, their exceptional character and their noble and benign nature. Dr. Devaki Kutty was one such worthy person, whom the Lord Almighty decided to make a channel. He made her a super person par excellence for presiding over his work of creating new life in this human world, and blessed her with great skill in the field of gynecology and obstetrics. Thus she became well known as a top surgeon and maternity specialist in the greater part of northern India. Hailing from Kerala, graduating from Madras Medical College, destiny made North India the field of her work. To her parents she was one among 3 sisters and 2 brothers, she being the eldest among the sisters. Her career took on a dual capacity as a member of the teaching staff of the Lucknow Medical College and at the same time as a member of the medical staff in the King George's Hospital. Soon she became well known for both her academic and her hospital work. Her parents decided to live with her because she had determined to be single in order to dedicate herself totally to her work. While living thus, a wish arose in her to take her parents on a pilgrimage to holy Badrinath. Little did she know that the wish was prompted by the divine indweller. For the time had come for a transformation. It was a moment of destiny in which she was to be blessed by a glance of grace from a towering spiritual personality of this Himalayan location. This great soul was no other than the son and sage Sri Swami Sivanandaji Maharaj of Sivananda Ashram on the road to Badrinath. You might have heard about the brief Latin saying Veni, Vidi, Vici, ascribed to Julius Caesar, implying I came, I saw, I conquered. Similar was the experience of Dr. Kutty. When she came into the presence of Swami Sivanandaji Maharaj, she came, she saw, but she did not conquer. Instead she was conquered by the magnetic divine personality of worshipful Gurudev within moments. She had the feeling that she was not before a stranger. She felt that she was in the presence of a person whom she had known all her life. After making kind inquiries about her and her work, Gurudev said, "Remain here. We have our hospital in the ashram. Do some seva there for some weeks. Then have a period of satsang and study before you return to Lucknow to resume your duty after your vacation. I shall give you some books which you can study while you are here. This is a very sacred place. You can go to Badrinath later. Badrinath is always there. You will not miss the darshan." Thus, a link came into being between the famous Himalayan doctor from Lucknow and this Himalayan son and sage, who was soon to become her spiritual preceptor. Very soon Sivananda Ashram and the radiant personality of worshipful Swami Sivanandaji became her Badrinath, Kedarnath and all the other Himalayan dams. Added to this was the pleasing knowledge that Swami Sivanandaji had been a practicing doctor in his pre-monastic life. She was not only before a Swami, but also before a senior professional colleague. Dr. Kutty postponed her trip to Badrinath. She soon discovered that the work at the ashram hospital was not merely her professional technical functioning, but a spiritual process in which one encountered God. Swami Sivanandaji's approach to all activity was work as worship. He approached the world seeing God in all beings. Any service was an act of adoration to God in man. This was the opening up of a new vision in Dr. Kutty. When the time came for her to return to Lucknow, Gurudev gave her a whole lot of books, Chyavanprash, Himalayan honey and Brahmi amla cooling oil, and said, "When you go back, this is how you must work. This is your sadhana. Do it with devotion and dedication. You will simultaneously achieve both ends, the secular and the spiritual." Gurudev imparted spiritual impulses and set into activity her latent spirituality. The devotee in her became a sadhika. She returned to Lucknow with this spiritual gift and Gurudev's charming invitation. "Og, come again." She did not need this invitation. She had already decided that she would return to this wonderful spiritual environment during the next year's annual leave. From then onwards, year after year, she would depart from Lucknow the evening of the very day her annual leave commenced and arrive in Rishikesh the next morning and immediately start her bhakti and karma yoga seva at the ashram for 30 days. After that, the last 10 days were quiet days for darshan, satsang, spiritual sadhana, japa and study, etc. Gurudev asked her to open a branch of the Divine Life Society in Lucknow. Her house at Jagat Narayan Road itself became the venue for the spiritual gatherings and satsangs and bhajans for the devotees. And one year her pilgrimage to Badrinath and the darshan of Lord Badrinarayana was also achieved. Her name became a byword all over this hill area. Countless patients eagerly awaited her annual arrival. From 1953 to 1963 she became a regular visiting doctor. She was looked upon as an administering angel bringing healing and relief. Gurudev was full of appreciation and admiration for her expertise and her untiring service. After Gurudev attained Mahasamadhi in July 1963, her dedicated work at the hospital continued without change as her Guru Seva. Dr. Kutty had already made up her mind that the last chapter of her life was to be at her own sacred Guru's Sthan, Gurudev's ashram at the holy banks of Mother Ganga. She had made this her inner sankalpa when the Lucknow chapter closed. A new era began for the Sivananda Charitable Hospital. Dr. Kutty took charge of the hospital, streamlined it and plunged into the work with unsparing zeal and dedication. The medical work at the Divine Life Society got a fillip. The hospital had the great good fortune of having an expert surgeon and a top maternity specialist at its head. Soon it became the destination of countless couples from all walks of life and all strata of society. There is an old adage, all roads led to Rome. With equal truth it could be said that all roads led to Sivananda Ashram Hospital. All manners of vehicles began to be parked in a long line before the hospital. Long before its opening time, as early as 4 a.m. when it was still dark, we had in Dr. Kutty a gem of purest wraith serene. She had also a strong moral appeal to women patients. She reminded them all of the importance of virtue and chastity. For householders she would advise a husband, a father or a son to take care of the health and welfare of a woman patient. She was an embodiment of compassion and loving kindness. She was energetic and very hard-working. Till the last day of her life, she saw all her patients and made sure all were properly taken care of. She inspired countless brahmacharyanas, sannyasinis and other spiritual aspirants through her own intense karma yoga, bhakti yoga and jnana yoga, all combined together in a very practical and simple method, and at the same time with great dynamic enthusiasm through all her activities, whether spiritual or social. She was a strong pillar and a guiding light to all in the mission of Sri Gurudev and the Divine Life Society. She attained to eternal rest and peace and Paralma Saggati, divine felicity, on the 8th of August 2000, when God thought it fit to call her back to her real home. You came here as an angel, and with your divine hands healed many a woman of her sufferings and flew back as an archangel. Lord bless you with everything in plenty. Swami Sivananda. Transform your actions into sadhana. Dr. Devaki Kutty. When I was a very young person, before I came into contact with Gurudev, I always used to wonder, being a doctor, particularly a junior doctor, how can I find time to do sadhana? We had no time for anything. We were called up all the time. For example, I had just sat down for my prayers. The telephone rang, and I was called to a serious patient. All the time I used to grumble that I had no time for sadhana. No time. But this completely changed when I came into contact with Gurudev. He emphasized that sadhana was not confined to the puja room. You may sit in the puja room for a specific period of time. Do your prayers. Do your meditation. Do your yoga or pranayama or whatever you are used to. But once you are out of your puja room, you are completely forgetting all that and come back to your mundane life, which you think is distinct from your sadhana. He told us that sadhana is not distinct from life. Everybody has to do some work. It may be your office work. It may be in any field. Or it may be in your house as a husband or father, as a wife or a mother. It is the role God has given you to perform. And if you do it properly, then it becomes sadhana. What makes it a sadhana is the motive with which you do it. Very often our motive is just to succeed in the thing we are doing. That is all. And very often the means are forgotten for the end. Gurudev put a lot of emphasis on the means and less on the end. If you want to make your action into sadhana, then the motive behind it should be one of complete selflessness or unselfishness. And it should not be tainted with things that are not correct. So, the first thing is to have an unselfish and pure motive. And the second thing which he always emphasized was that all work should be towards excellence. You should do everything in such a way that nobody can do it better. What transforms an ordinary action into a spiritual action is the motive. It should be pure and unselfish. And it should be towards excellence. Gurudev even said, if destiny demanded that you be a rogue, be the best rogue you can be. Don't be a half-hearted rogue. Become a big rogue. A good rogue. In whatever way you are measured. It will not be by the quantum of your achievements. Because a spiritual measurement is not concerned with your achievements. A spiritual measurement is done by the excellence you show in leading your life. Whatever God has put in your life, you may be a doctor or an engineer or a teacher or a sweeper. If you do it to the best of your ability and make it most excellent, then it is sadhana. This move towards excellence and a pure and unselfish motive. These transform all your actions into sadhana. It is not necessary that you have read all the Upanishads and do hours of meditation and all the prayers. All these are important. but they are not exclusively sadhana. Sadhana has to have a much wider perspective in Gurudev's vision. And it also has been said that in his teachings he never condemned anything. What is life? Life by ordinary connotation is a series of experiences which are either pleasurable or painful, bitter or sweet. When we are exposed to different people and events, these experiences differ from individual to individual, even under identical circumstances. And divine life is a life lived according to the laws of truth and Dharma. When we live such a life, then all our experiences are neither bitter nor sweet, but they are woven into a fabric of joy and peace and harmony. That is the life we are aiming at, and that is divine life. In the scriptures we are described as Amritasaya Patraha, which means children of immortality, and in the Gita, Bhagavan says, Ashvara Sarvabhutanam Hridayarjuna Tithati. The Lord dwells in the hearts of all beings. 18-61. If this is so, we know that we have a divine spark within us, that God dwells within us. But how is it that we don't feel it, that we are not aware of the divinity within us? It seems that we have some treasure within us, and we are living without the knowledge of it. Why are we not conscious of this divinity? Because it is covered up by so many debris and incrustations due to past karmas and past vasanas. There is a big obstacle between our awareness of the deep-rooted divinity within. You know the famous song Gunghad Kaa Pata Kolare. Piya Milange. Lift up the veil which covers your eyes, and you will meet your beloved. What is the meaning of this song? There is a big curtain between us and God, which is made up of our past vasanas and karmas and our present thoughts. And to come face to face with God, we have to lift up this curtain. We have to purify ourselves from all the debris which we have collected around us, and then we can recapture the divinity within us. This is called a self-cleansing process, and it is done through self-evaluation. If a gardener wants to make a good garden with flowers and trees in a nice arrangement, then he has to first get rid of the weeds in that garden. It is the gardener who knows best what he has to throw out. In our life, if we want to make it a thing of beauty and fragrance, if we want to make it a divine life, then we must ourselves throw out the weeds. For this purpose we have to start with self-evaluation and every day look at the triple mode of self-expression, namely thought, word and deed. Gurudev was very particular that every sadhaka should keep a spiritual diary. A form was given to every sadhaka either when he or she arrived or when he or she took diksha, or if he or she decided to follow Gurudev's teachings. So the first step we have to take is self-analysis, and Gurudev was very particular about it. If we look at the world of the last 3 or 4 decades, we see that there have been marvelous scientific achievements, mind-blowing technological breakthroughs. We have very sophisticated computers. We have internet and cybernet and so many other things. But the question has to be asked whether we are actually happier than our forefathers. I don't have to give the answer. because everybody knows how life was just a few years ago, in our childhood. And we have to say that we are not happier than our forefathers, in spite of all the material comforts. What has happened? To the extent that we have expanded outwardly, we are dying inwardly. There is much more insecurity, emotional stress, disharmony, fear. In our childhood we never heard about drugs. Today this is the biggest problem facing our young people. With these so-called advances, the human being is going down. The hankering after material pleasures makes us less human and alienates us from divinity. This is the malady. And what is the treatment? The treatment was already described in our scriptures. We don't have to go far for it. And if you have a guru or a preceptor, he will give you the guidelines. But he will only give the guidelines. The plodding, the actual effort to accept those teachings and make them a part of your life is your task. The effort has to come from you. Excel in service. Expand in love. Advance in knowledge. Swami Sivananda. 6. 2. 5. Sant Janabai. Sant Janabai proclaimed to the world the glory of bhakti or devotion to God. For she made the name of the Lord one with her own breath. From her mouth came the continuous flow of Vittala, Vittala, and she always felt the presence of God. From her childhood, Janabai was in close contact with Sant Namdev, who became her guru and for whom she performed constant guru seva. Her dedicated service brought her the darshan of the Lord. Moreover, from her close proximity to the saints, she was able to gather the essence of truth. Real happiness lies not in outward objects which have a beginning and an end. Real happiness lies within. It is our real nature. The secret lies in its discovery through repeating the divine name. For the essence of all is the divine name. Bhaja Govindam. Bhaja Govindam. Govindam Bhaja Mudamat. Sing the name of Govinda. Sing the name of Govinda. You foolish man. Remaining physically busy with household chores for Sant Namdev and his family, but mentally in tune with the Lord and singing his praises, Janabai was always absorbed in the awareness of God. This poured from her heart in the form of beautiful songs, very simple, but with profound meaning. Although she was illiterate, she had deep knowledge of the Lord. This joy made her never-ending work seem a light load to carry. Once Sant Kabirdas came to Pandharpur to meet Sant Jnaneshwar and Sant Namdev, among others. Hearing of the greatness of Janabai, he went in search of her in the fields where she was working. There, he saw two ladies quarreling with each other, one of which was Janabai. He was greatly surprised, since he was expecting a serene demeanor. I have come to this field for the darshan of Sant Janabai, and here I find two women fighting with each other. What is the meaning of this? Janabai informed Kabirdas that she had spent long hours making these cow dung cakes and had placed them in the field to dry. The other lady had placed her own cakes in the same place and was now claiming that all the cakes belonged to her. Thus, Kabirdas was expected to discover which cakes belonged to whom. Kabirdas was dumbfounded. Janabai merely requested him to pick up any cake and to hold it to his ear. Those that were her cakes would resound with the name Vittala, and those that belonged to the other lady would remain quiet. Kabirdas was overwhelmed, for indeed, the name of Janabai's beloved lord was echoing from some of these inanimate cakes. He became convinced of Janabai's greatness. She had created such deep vibrations of God's name, that anything she touched was resounding with the divine name, for she was completely absorbed in God. When Janabai became old in body, she continued to work for the family of Namdev. One night, Lord Vittala came to help her with the lengthy work of grinding rice. In the heat of the work, Lord Vittala removed his shawl and necklace and placed them in the corner of her hut. So it went on until dawn, when Lord Vittala disappeared to the temple. Instead of taking his own shawl, he took an old piece of Janabai's shawl. When worshippers opened the door of the temple to conduct the morning puja, they discovered an old torn rag around Lord Vittala's shoulders. Both the yari shawl and the necklace were missing. One worshipper recognized the old rag as belonging to Janabai, so they all went to her hut and began calling her a thief. Janabai emerged, with folded hands. They threw her rag around her and entered her hut, where they found the shawl and necklace of Lord Vittala. They beat Janabai and dragged her to the panchayat, where they declared her to be guilty of theft. Hence, they decided to give her the death sentence by putting her on a pointed iron pole in a public place, which was the method of execution for one who had committed a heinous act. She was taken in a procession to the place of execution, being cruelly beaten along the route. These beatings inflicted deep wounds on her body, and she was bleeding heavily. However, she remained calm and smiling, continuously repeating the divine name. As she passed the temple, she asked if she may have the last darshan of the Lord. Janabai reached the door of the temple with great difficulty, but finding the door locked and the key missing, she began to sing, "O Lord, what is this play? Thou hast left thy shawl and necklace in my lowly hut, and now these people are calling me a thief. Why doest thou remain behind this locked door? Why doest thou not give me darshan? Am I too dirty, with all that has been thrown upon me by these angry people? Is my body bleeding too heavily from the wounds inflicted by these angry people? Doest thou not wish to see me suddenly?" The whole temple started shaking and there was a thunderous sound with which the iron shackles of the door were broken and it flung open. Lord Vittala was standing on the pedestal, smiling. Janabai continued singing and pouring out her heart, in glorious expression. Then she took leave of Lord Vittala and walked towards the river Chandrabhaga, where the execution was to take place. She was followed by thousands of devotees and villagers. As she approached the iron pole, gazing at it and singing the Lord's praises, the pole melted and flowed into the river. Her devotees, seeing this miracle, began rejoicing, for God had saved his devotee and shown her greatness to all. Those who had condemned her were shocked and realized their terrible mistake. To restore their good position, They collected clothes, ornaments and garlands, and presented them to her. Janabai told them, smilingly and quietly, that her guru, Namdev, had shielded her with pure bhakti and all she needed was the name of the Lord. She experienced the Lord everywhere, in all his creation. She taught the people not to look upon the Lord as a stone image, but to develop their devotion and to see him everywhere. To experience his divine cosmic vision and universal awareness. Saints have undergone many difficult tests, but have emerged victorious through the grace of God and Guru. Janabai lived for another 30 years and left her body at the ripe age of 90. Her beautiful abhangas remain with us as expressions of complete surrender and pure love for the Lord. Her childlike, untainted simplicity and selfless service, as well as her bhakti, enabled her to realize and identify herself with the Lord. Indeed, as a child she became intoxicated with God and thus became one with God. O Lord Hari, grant this boon that I may sing your name ceaselessly. Please fulfill this desire of mine to thus serve you constantly. This is the only craving of my mind. Let my eyes behold your beautiful form always and my mouth ever chant your sweet name. O compassionate Lord, I take shelter at your holy feet. So says Darcy Yani. 6. 2. 6 Mother Teresa, Mother of Love, Jani Mataji, not to relieve the sufferings of others, not to work for the poorest of the poor, but to dedicate her life wholeheartedly to God. To preach the message of love in action by being an embodiment of compassion and to serve the Lord in and through the poorest of the poor was the essence of the life of Mother Teresa. Prayer was the very foundation of her life. Mother Teresa, respected and revered as a saint all over the world, was born as Agnes Bajaksiu in Skopje, Yugoslavia on the 26th of August 1910. When she told her mother that she felt God was calling her to a life dedicated completely to him, her mother responded, "My daughter, if you begin something, begin it wholeheartedly or don't begin it at all. Put your hands in his and walk all the way with him. Daughter, go with my blessing." At the age of 18 she left her home to enter into monastic life. She left for Ireland to join the novitiate of the Institute of the Blessed Virgin Mary at Loreto Abbey in Dublin. 2 months later, on 29 November 1928, she arrived in Calcutta. Sister Teresa then served in St. Mary's Bengali Medium School, Loreto, Calcutta, teaching orphans, poor and homeless children. Throughout her life, this quality of teaching was ever active. Once when Mother was asked about her most important work, she answered, "To train the sisters." In May 1937 she took her final vows in Loreto Convent, Darjeeling, vowing herself to poverty, chastity and obedience. On the 9th of September 1946, while on a train to Darjeeling, Mother received what she described as a call within a call. She said, "The message was very clear. I must leave the convent to help the poor by living among them." This was a command, something to be done. something definite. I knew where I had to be, but I did not know how to get there. Pope Pius XII granted her permission to leave Loreto, and on the 18th of August 1948, she went out in pure faith, in a white sari with blue border. Faith, complete surrender and obedience to the Lord were the fruits of her continuous prayer. She obeyed his promptings, his directions, without questioning. She did not think of herself. She did everything for him. She saw the problem, fell to her knees, and prayed for a few seconds, and then she was rattling off a list of supplies she needed. Father Henri, Mother's heart was bleeding for the poor. She has been called apostle of the unwanted. Hunger can be stilled by food. For physical disease often medicines are available, but the feeling of being unwanted, uncared for and deserted by everybody is much more difficult to cure. Prayer for the patient, a loving tender human touch and an ever-smiling face was Mother's first aid and opened the hearts of many people all over the world. Dearest Lord, may I see you today and every day in the person of your sick, and whilst nursing them, minister unto you. Though you hide yourself behind the unattractive disguise of the irritable, the exacting, the unreasonable, may I still recognize you and say, Jesus, my patient, how sweet it is to serve you. Mother never thought of money. At first she had only 5 rupees, but gradually, as people came to know what she was doing, they brought things and money. Mother had full trust in divine providence. It is not how much we do, but how much love we put in the doing. It is not how much we give, but how much love we put in the giving. So said Mother, love is the driving force. God is love and love is God. Whatsoever you do to the least of your brethren, you do it to me. I was hungry. I was sick. I was naked. Service must come from a heart filled with love. A missionary of charity must be a missionary of love. She must be full of charity in her own soul and spread that same charity to the souls of others. Love until it hurts. To become an instrument, pure and receptive to the will of the Lord, one has to be a professional in prayer. Prayer enlarges the heart until it is capable of containing God's gift of Himself. In vocal prayer we speak to God. In mental prayer He speaks to us. We must never forget that we are bound by our state to tend towards perfection and to aim ceaselessly at it. The practice of daily mental prayer is necessary to reach our goal, because it is the breath of life to our soul. We must help ourselves to pray. The first means to use is silence. Silence of mind, eyes and tongue. Internal and external silence. Training of the sisters was mentioned by Mother as her most important work. A 6-year spiritual training, hard work and strong discipline, with the only desire to love the One, and to allow Jesus to live His love and humility. 3 points Mother stresses especially in the training of the sisters. Total surrender to God, even if He cuts us to pieces. To cry out, every piece is yours. Loving trust, cheerfulness. Mother herself had ever been practical, concrete, quick to decide and implement her decisions. She believed in today. Yesterday, she said, is past. Tomorrow is not under our control. It may never come. We have only today to be up and doing, to work for the glory of God. She looked frail, increasingly so, as the years went by, but she was a bundle of energy. Her power came from above. She treated her body hard and made it obey her. Mother traveled a lot, in India and abroad. Starting from the mother house in Calcutta, she went into the streets and slums, picked up suffering patients, opened and visited many houses all over the world, homes for orphans, mentally retarded children and adults, houses for dying destitutes, for abused women, for the physically handicapped, for leprosy patients, for AIDS patients, education projects for street children, etc. She instructed the sisters spiritually and practically, was often asked to speak at conferences, and took everything as the will of the Lord. Each speech she started with, "God is love." She was personally known to many political leaders. She was awarded with several international prizes, such as the Nobel Peace Prize in 1979, Mother Superior of her own order, the Missionaries of Charity, 1950, which nowadays has more than 4,000 vocations. But in spite of all this name and fame, she remained as humble and simple as always, radiating tender love and compassion to each and everyone. She regarded herself as the handmaid of the Lord, just as Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus, whom she called Our Lady and who was a source of inspiration for her. No one has learned so well the lesson of humility as Mary did. She, being the handmaid of the Lord, was completely empty of self, and God filled her with grace. Full of grace means full of God. A handmaid is at someone's disposal, to be used according to someone's wish with full trust and joy. To belong to someone without reserve. To belong to Jesus. Mother Teresa had given her body, mind and heart for the welfare of humanity. After the passing away of her body on the 5th of September 1997, Mother's holy tomb in the Mother House in Calcutta has become a place of prayer and pilgrimage. Mother of God's little child, I am little to guide my step and clear my path. Led me home to you. 6. 2. 7 Swami Sivananda. Hridayananda Mataji. A Morning with Swami Sivananda. Kumari Santosh. May I ask you a question, Swamiji? I am very keen to lead the divine life. I have read many books also, but I have not got a clear-cut idea as to what exactly I should do to live the divine life. Swamiji, you have to spiritualize all your activities. Give the mind to God and hands to the service of humanity. Now hear this. Gopala Gopala Muralilila Yesodanandana Gopibala. Serve. Love. Give. Purify. Practice ahimsa. Sacham. Brahmacharya. Take sattvic food. Study Gita. Have satsang. Control the senses. Do japa and kirtan. Meditate in Brahma Muhurta. Know thyself. Love all. Embrace all. Be kind to all. Work is worship. Serve all. Serve the Lord in all. Purify. Concentrate. Reflect. Meditate. Serve. Love. Give and be dispassionate. No Brahman, Maya, Samsara and I. Behold the goal of life. Hey Soma nearby. Gopala Gopala. Santosh. That is alright Swamiji. But how can I practice it in my daily life? Kindly give me clear instructions. Swamiji. Sings. Rad Govinda Bhajo Rad Govinda. Rad Govinda Bhajo Sita Govinda. Get up at 4 a.m. Brahma Muhurta. Get up at 4 a.m. Japo Ram Ram Ram. Get up at 4 a.m. do Brahma Vichar. Get up at 4 a.m. inquire who am I. Get up at 4 a.m. practice yoga bhasa. Observe Mauna daily for 2 hours. Fast on Ekadasi. Take milk and fruits. Study daily 1 chapter of the Gita. Do regular charity. 1/10 income. Rely on your own self. Give up servants. Do kirtan at night. Have satsang. Speak the truth at all costs. Preserve viraya. Sacham vada. Dhammam kara. Observe Brahmacharya. Ahimsa paramo dharma. Love one and all. Never hurt others' feelings. Be kind to all. Control anger by kshama. Develop viswaprem. Keep daily spiritual diary. You will evolve quickly. Hare Krishna Hare Rama. Clock strikes 1. Enter a group of lady students. Swamiji. Oh, is it 1 o'clock now? We must go now, I think. Inmate. Swamiji. A group of lady students from Dehradun has come to see Swamiji. People talking. Swamiji. Call them. Give them books. Distribute these sweets to them. Avaji. Are you coming from Dehradun? Sit down. I will teach you a nice song. Sings. Hare Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Serve. Love. Give. Purify. Meditate. Realize. Be good. Do good. Be kind. Be compassionate. Inquire who am I. Know thyself and be free. Detach attach. Detach attach. Detach attach. Detach attach. Detach the mind from the objects. Attach it to the Lord. Din. 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 Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. This is the way. This is the truth. This is life divine. Om Tat Sat Om Santi Om. Ram 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 Ram. Let all divine virtues be your ornaments. Many a gem of the purest rather in the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bare. Even so, there are Myris, Medalysis, Matrius, Chudalisis, and Asuias among you all. Here is one Savitri. There is one Sita. Awaken your dormant virtues, faculties, potentialities and powers. Cultivate purity, modesty, chastity. Care not for ornaments. Fight not for jewels. Let chastity be your diamond necklace. Generosity your earrings. Self-restraint your nose screw. Patience your bangles. Kindness your finger ring. Mercy your silk sari. Atma is beauty of beauties. There is no need for external beautification. How can you beautify beauty itself? Let all divine virtues be your ornaments. The destiny of the world is in your hands. The key of the iron safe is also in your hands. You can mold the destiny of your children. Ladies, you can all have God realization easily, because love or sneerity is ingrained in you all. This is part and parcel of your nature. The only obstacle is moha for your children and ornaments. May you all shine like mirror. Maitri, Savitri and Madalasa. Swamiji, are you all returning today? Take Ganges bath. Have your food here. Simple roti Andal. May the Lord bless the lady students from Dehradun with health, long life and peace. 6.3 The Light of Wifehood. Life of a Householder. Hridayananda Mataji. It was my great good fortune that H.H. Swami Chidananda came into my life in 1970. At that time my husband and I and our 2 sons were living in Hong Kong on assignment with the US Department of State. Members of the Indian community knew of my practice of Hatha Yoga and my interest in Vedanta, so they informed me when a Hindu monk would be visiting. My family and I attended Swami Chidananda's lecture given at the American Club. From the cocktail lounge and restaurant I could hear occasional laughter and conversation. However, once Swamiji began to speak, his audience was rapt attention. On our way home our 11-year-old son told how astounded he had been when Swamiji had looked directly at him and answered a question which he had in his mind. I felt mysteriously drawn to attend other meetings and satsangs. And after the second meeting I knew that I had met my guru. I felt an opening and expansion in my heart and a current of enormous love, devotion and reverence for Swami Chidananda and for Gurudev, whose teachings Swamiji manifests so beautifully in and through his life. Since 1970. I have been privileged to have Puja Swamiji's darshan on many occasions in India, Europe, Hong Kong, Canada and various places in the United States. Swamiji's light and loving wisdom have guided my life on several levels of my being and I remain eternally grateful for such grace. In the life of a householder, there are many daily mundane demands and distractions. Tending to the needs of husband, children and home are top priorities for a married woman. Balancing a busy schedule without becoming over-fatigued or frustrated is a challenge. As Puja Swami Chidanandaji has pointed out, it takes patience, perseverance and attention in order to stay focused. One can feel overwhelmed by responsibility, commitment and lack of time. Swamiji says, where we are right now, is where we are supposed to be and where we have to fulfill our dharma as best as we can. When we allow the mind and emotions to gain control, confusion and doubt will result. We recognize this through signs of stress, tension and strain in our life and in our relationship to others. When we focus solely on the personality ego, we endow it with exaggerated value and importance. It assumes a power which it does not really have. Pride, vanity, envy and greed are the result. So we must learn to function effectively and happily on the outer level without disturbing the inner core of peace. This, of course, takes self-discipline and practice, coupled with a sense of humor and great faith in God and Guru. A Christian prayer from Unity says, "Wherever I am, God is." Brother Lawrence used the method of the practice of the presence of God, which is the same as the yoga practice of offering all actions, no matter how trivial, as prayer to God. This is a tremendous help in being in the world, but not of it. In so doing, the ego and its ceaseless desire for recognition begins slowly to loosen its powerful grip. I personally use frequent mini meditations throughout the day in order to keep remembrance. These brief moments can be done while bathing, dressing, cooking, driving in a car, standing in lines anywhere, anytime. I take only a moment or two to take a deep breath, relax and chant the name of God silently, and then, just be still. These many meditations can quickly and effectively bring one back to the center. These pauses in the whirling wheel of life bring spiritual uplift and refreshment and release from bodily tensions. The Guru's teachings led us to inquiry, discrimination and meditation. And Swamiji has said that the silence of deep meditation is the ultimate teacher. When the pace of life seems to be on fast forward and there seems to be no time left for meditation, it is important that we consciously stop, look, listen, and analyze how to better use the time. Give up too much TV, useless chatter, too much sleep and other not very necessary activities. We should try to prioritize our activities. This is not to say that every moment we must be serious and solemn. To live a divine life is a joy. Getting together with friends for a meal creates a happy mood. Light reading can be relaxing. Spiritual literature is an uplifting activity and some TV programs and movies can be both educational and entertaining. We can keep informed of world events without getting caught in an emotional response. Try to see the whole picture behind the obvious. Old habits die hard, however, and one needs to pray to the Divine Mother for her blessings. Pray to the Guru for inner strength and self-control to overcome any negative tendencies. Practice builds spiritual muscles. To honestly look at the real situation can be painful and we can feel guilty and discouraged and easily get depressed. Then the ego rises again and tries to catch hold and regain mastery. Swamiji advises us not to live in the past nor to be anxious about the future. God is here now. Guilt and worry are unnecessary burdens. We must make the appropriate amends for any wrong and then move forward. Instead of worrying about the future, surrender to God's will. Thy will, not mine, be done. Thy grace is sufficient for all my needs. I once said to Swamiji, I feel so unworthy. To which he replied in a rather stern voice, then, be worthy. How often he has told us that we are radiant immortal Atman. It is time for us to shine with love, goodness, compassion and kindness, to be real disciples of our Guru and by so doing, to honor his life and teachings. Within a marriage, it is very important to maintain an atmosphere of love, mutual respect and cooperation, and an open channel for discussion. It is important to really listen to one's partner without thinking ahead of how to respond and thereby possibly missing some important point. If one's husband or children do not seem interested in active participation in sadhana, it is best to remain low-key. Through one's living, the message of Gurudev can be wordlessly conveyed. Be assured that in anyone who has ever been in beloved Swamiji's holy presence, a seed has been sown. It will nurture and bloom in God's own time. Do not have expectations. Rather know that in surrendering to God's will, we acknowledge that we are not in control. God is, and all is well. Swamiji tells us to speak sweetly and softly, to be non-judgmental, kind and compassionate, to respect and honor one another, even when a point of view may differ. Try to understand where the other person is coming from. See their perspective as well as your own. Use reason and discrimination with your partner. If the conversation is beginning to turn heated, take a short break. Count to 10 if necessary. Angry words never accomplish anything, and once said, cannot be taken back. Unintended pain to the other can be the outcome of speaking too hastily. To have peace, one must be peaceful. To be loved, one must love. Generosity of spirit is its own reward. It is better to give than to receive. Another aspect of one's relationship with one's spouse and children is to respect their dignity, their need for privacy and time alone. Do not try to force upon them your spiritual views. Rather let your life be lived in such a way that they easily can see the benefits and peace of mind that come from real faith and love of God. Treat spouse and children as you yourself would like to be treated. Without unconditional love, one can fall into the trap of games of emotional blackmail such as, I love you if you do such and such. This is not love, but rather the desire to control. Being fully aware and awake takes constant vigilance. Watch for signs of tamas, such as laziness and procrastination. Get up and take a brisk walk or do some hatha yoga or pranayama or other exercise to get the blood circulating. Remember Gurudev's admonition. Do it now when there is too much rajas and restlessness results. Try to meditate for a while, or go off by yourself for a time in order to regain inner balance. Eat nutritious, wholesome food, though we all enjoy that occasional special treat and we should allow ourselves to enjoy it fully. Without guilt, the mind is a great tempter. Be wary and watchful so that you remain the master of your thoughts, emotions and actions. Within the relationship of husband and wife there should be genuine respect. With love comes the desire to serve the beloved and to give all one can to make that person feel happy and appreciated. Maternal love, being unconditional and unselfish, is a tremendous power. Marital love, when spiritualized, takes on a new dimension. Where there is genuine love, harmony prevails, and each partner strives to put the other's needs first. but never at the expense of losing one's own feeling of worth. In my own nearly 45 years of married life, my husband and I have tried never to go to bed when feeling angry or resentful. This is a very good thing. Negative emotions fester and only bring more negativity. Clear the air. Forgiveness is very important. Laughter is a great leveler, especially the ability to laugh at oneself. An attitude of gratitude is the best attitude. When misfortune or illness arise, do all you can to treat the situation reasonably and practically, but know that you are never alone. This too shall pass. When I was given the diagnosis 3.5 years ago of breast cancer, I was initially devastated, but with the loving support of husband, family and friends, and the prayers of the Guru and other kind souls at the ashram, I was somehow able to totally surrender to God's will. With that surrender came a great peace, the peace that passeth understanding. There was no fear. I literally felt Swamiji's holy presence and I experienced a sense of pure joy. I actually wept tears of gratitude. Of course there was pain, but no emotional suffering. I am sure that my experience had some greater purpose and I believe that it was, in fact, a true blessing. Certainly, I realize now how precious our time on planet Earth is and that it should be used wisely and with love for all beings and all God's creatures in our hearts. The life of a householder can and should be a rich, rewarding, joyous time in a woman's life. The teachings of the Guru give us the tools with which to build a strong foundation for success, harmony and happiness in our homes, in our lives and in our hearts. 6.4 The Glory of Motherhood. Sri Swami Chidananda, Lord Vinayakasanakanda Brahmachari. He has no consort. There is a story of deep significance behind this vow of celibacy. It is said that once when he was a small child, Ganesha in a mood of playfulness beat a cat and injured it rather severely. He did not know what this ultimately implied. Later, after the play was over, he happened to draw near to his divine mother Parvati and he found marks of severe injury upon her. The child was shocked and queried his mother, "What is this? Who inflicted these injuries on you?" The mother replied, "And just who else but you by your own hand." For a moment Lord Ganesha did not understand how this was possible. He said, "What do you mean, mother? I have never injured you." Then the mother said, "Try to recall, child, whether during the course of this day you have inflicted injury upon any creature." Ganesha reflected for a while. Immediately he remembered his play with the cat. "Yes, mother, after all I beat a little cat, that is all." Then the Divine Mother smiled and said, "Can you not understand that whatever you see, whatever names and forms there are in this universe, it is only I who have become all these names and forms. There is nothing else in this universe except myself. There is nothing in the universe but your own mother." This is what Parvati revealed to Ganesha. This truth entered into the innermost consciousness of this divine child and he realized the truth of it then and there. He took a vow that he would never take anyone as his consort. Because when he knew that the entire universe of diverse names and forms was the manifestation of his own mother, all women became as mother unto him. This reveals to us the highest secret declared by the Vedas and Upanishads, in all the Agamas and Shastras, viz. Savam Shaktimayam Jagat. Whatever is in the universe is but the manifestation of the dynamic aspect of the Supreme Almighty Self. There is another story which contains the highest wisdom of the Upanishads, Savam Kalvidam Brahma. Whatever is none other than the Almighty Being. It is this Almighty Being that has projected itself as the entire universe. So, if we adore the Almighty, we adore the entire universe. Lord Ganesha possesses a priceless necklace of gems, and the story behind this necklace is that once when Lord Shiva, Parvati, Ganesha and Kartikeya were all together, there arose a desire in the mind of the Divine Mother to test the individual caliber and knowledge of her two great divine sons. Therefore, she held out the necklace she was then wearing and said, "Here is this necklace. He who will go round the entire universe once and reach me first, to him will I give this necklace of gems." Immediately, Kartikeya thought that it was as good as his, because he knew that with his ponderous girth it would be very difficult for Lord Vinayaka to go round the universe. Kartikeya himself had a very fast vehicle, the peacock, which would take him quickly round the universe. Immediately he was off on the peacock. But Vinayaka was not the least perturbed. He sat before his parents for a long time. When he thought that it would be time for Kartikeya to return, he went round in production of Shiva and Parvati once and prostrated himself before his mother and held out his hand. Devi Parvati at once divined the depth of wisdom which had made him do this. She saw that his intuition was such that he beheld the entire universe as made up of nothing else but Shiva Shakti. He beheld that they were immanent in all things and within them they contained the entire universe. Thus he got the necklace. And when Kartikeya returned after his strenuous circumambulation, he found that the prize had already been given to Ganesha. 6.5 To Adorable and Divine Mothers, Sri Swami Chidananda. Om Namo Narayanaaya. I bow again and again at the feet of all of you who are the very embodiment and symbol of the Almighty Mother. I am very happy to get this opportunity of giving this message in your service. Our most worshipful Master Swami Sivananda used to consider Indian women as the manifestation of the Universal Mother. The key to the future development and progress of any nation is held by the women, because the mother is the first teacher of any child in every generation. Home is the elementary school for all children for inculcating good habits and higher values for the future development of the nation, and the most effective element of education. Just as a potter or an idol maker takes hold of highly plastic clay and shapes it at will, likewise a mother shapes the character of a child by the manner of her speaking and conduct. Thus important and effective power is yours. And you have to keep this in mind while taking proper care and train the children in your family for building a strong future India. The preservation of our culture is the responsibility of women and not men. Woman is the custodian of the culture of the land. Any soul born in a home gets initially conditioned, and that too seriously, by the atmosphere prevailing therein. The mother influences the child far more than the father. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the nation. You should understand yourself. The real you is your imperishable soul. The real you is neither male nor female and has neither any name nor any form. Do not forget this truth even for a moment. To realize the great divine power of the imperishable self is as much your birthright as it is that of men. This has been firmly established in the ancient culture of India, the country which produced great realized sages, also produced great ladies, who could participate on an equal footing with those sages in the debates on the knowledge of the self. The main amongst them were Girgi, Maitreyi, Sulabha, Chudala, Madalasa, etc. You are directly connected with this tradition. Not just in the past, but in modern times also. We have great realized ladies like Ananda Ma, Janaki May, disciple of Ramana Maharshi, Sati Godavari May, Ramadevi, Mata Krishnabai, etc. To consider women as the weaker sex is a retrograde viewpoint. You are all very powerful. You have the power to uplift man from the state of incompetence and deficiency. You are the very embodiment of the all-powerful Divine Mother. You will not find this elevating sentiment about women in any other society. During marriage ceremonies in Bengal, the bride is given a sharp knife when the bridegroom and the bride come into the marriage pandal. This symbolizes the liberating power which can release man from bondage. You should understand this well and preserve your exalted status bestowed on you by the Indian culture. Even in the polluted atmosphere of today, you can make home a heaven on earth. Conduct daily prayers in the home. Display pictures of great saints. Read life stories of Sarada Devi, Mirabai, Madalasa and other female devotees and realized souls. Tell your children the stories of devotees, patriots, warriors and hermits. Stop all worthless talk. Your home itself will be converted into heaven if you maintain a sublime atmosphere in the home. Safeguard and perpetuate the flame of the lamp of Indian culture. May God bless you all. Hari Om Tat Sat. 6.6 Parents, beware. Sri J.P. Vasvani. I saw a little child sitting on a stone, in a pensive mood. What ails you, my child? I asked him, and he answered, I feel lonely. It seems as though there is no one to care for me in this spacious, starlit world. Where are your father and mother? I asked him, and with tear-touched eyes, he answered, Daddy is busy with his factory, and Mummy spends all her time in social work. I have all the comforts at home. A car comes to leave me in the school and fetch me back home. There are servants to look after me. All my needs are provided for. But my heart craves for love. I met the parents of this boy. I said to them, even as I have said to many other parents. Suppose you were given a diamond as big as the Kohinoor. How much care would you not take of it? And yet, diamonds bigger than the Kohinoor have been placed by God in your hands. They are your children. Alas, you do nothing to look after them. They need your love. The nature of the soul is love. Deprived of love, no child can grow in the right way. You must give them time. You must try to sow in their plastic mind seeds of character, without which life can have no meaning or value. You must help them to grow in the love and fear of God. I recall having read of a boy in France. He was sentenced to hard labor. He received the sentence calmly. Later, he shouted aloud, so that everyone in the courtroom could hear, "I have nothing against the judges, for they have sentenced me justly. And I have nothing against the guards, because they have done their duty. However, I can never forgive two persons in this courtroom, my father and my mother, for they paid no attention to my upbringing. They did not object when I visited cinema houses, where scenes of crime are shown so vividly that they easily impress themselves on the imagination of children. They did not take care of the company in which I moved. And so, here I have grown, full of vice and crime. The fault is theirs, but I have to pay for it by going to prison." A number of parents do not seem to realize their responsibilities towards children. It was William Penn who said, "Men are generally more careful of the breed of their horses and dogs than of their children." The question arises, how should parents raise their children by proper guidance and patient, loving discipline? Without discipline no art can be learnt, and, most of all, the art of living. Today, the cult of self-expression is there. I am told we have imported it from America. I hear the people say, "Don't restrain your children. Don't discipline them. Let them express themselves freely." But what self is it that seeks expression and defies all rules of discipline? Surely, it is not the higher self of man. It is the lower self, the ego, the self of desires and unruly passions, of cravings and animal appetites. When man surrenders to the lower self, he behaves no better than does a brute beast. I read a headline which appeared in an American newspaper. "School gang violence near epidemic. Vandalism, murder, arson, burglary." And the paper quoted a member of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors as saying, "We are going to have to return to discipline. Without discipline in the home, we are not going to have it in the schools or in the streets. We must arouse public opinion for a change." The paper also reported how 3 teenagers aged 14, 15 and 17 had killed a woman and a man to steal from them $3 and $10 respectively. India, beware. Discipline is necessary, but discipline must not be confounded with suppression. There was a little boy who, asked what his name was, answered, "Haresh." Don't. Every time he wanted to do something, his parents said to him, "Haresh, don't. That is not true discipline." We must prepare our children by explaining to them the purpose of life and teach them the rules and the discipline needed to reach life's goals. Our mothers taught us through examples and precept, and by telling us wonderful stories from the ancient scriptures how life must be lived in the right way, by devoting our energies to the service of certain high ideals. The scriptural stories, learnt in the years of childhood and boyhood, leave an indelible impression upon young minds. And discipline must be blended with love, so that the child has the assurance that he is not alone, that there is someone who cares for him, and to whom he can turn, at any time of the day or night. May I, in this connection, be permitted to offer a few practical suggestions to parents desirous of bringing up their children in the right way? The suggestions are as follows. 1. There is a difference between children and adults. Children live in the now. They are free from anxieties of the past and fear of the future. If a child is in need of something or wants an answer to a question, never say to him, "I shall fulfill your need or answer your question tomorrow or at my leisure." There is a story about a young man, the son of a famous writer, who was sent to jail and whom the judge admonished, saying, "You should be ashamed of yourself. Your father is such a great man," without hesitation. The young man retorted, "It is true. My father is a great man. He is always busy with his writing work. Each time I went to him with a question, he said to me, 'Not now, my child. I haven't the time to answer your question. Come tomorrow.'" 2. Every child is a human being, with a heart and a soul. Never let him feel unwanted. And never forget that the child is an individual, with his own personality and innate talents. Understand him and encourage the creative principle within him to express itself freely. Guide him in a healthy, constructive way by bringing out the best that is in him. Do not impose your will on him and say, "I am a doctor, so my son should become a doctor." 3. In your treatment towards children, do not discriminate. Do not let them feel that a particular child is your favorite. Children are very sensitive creatures. 4. Keep your child very close to yourself, until he is at least 3 years of age. He needs your affectionate touch. It is a great blunder to hand over little children to ayahs or babysitters. 5. It becomes sometimes very necessary to scold children. Whenever you do so, avoid being emotional. Let your words on such occasions be like whips of love. Explain the fault clearly to the child, and allow him to speak out if he has anything to say. 6. Even at a young age, children should be trained to attend to household chores. Let them grow in reverence for manual work. 7. Let children grow in a spirit of unselfishness by training them to share food with the starving ones. Sri Krishna says in the Gita, "He who cooks for himself alone is a thief. Before you eat your food, set apart a share for a hungry one, a man, a bird or an animal." Example is always a better teacher than precept. 8. The home is a door to the kingdom of God, the kingdom of true happiness. Let all the members of the family gather together at an appointed time every day, at a prayer meeting, even if it be for 10 to 15 minutes. This will give a new tone to the home. In a prominent place, keep a big, beautiful picture of some great one, Krishna or Rama, Buddha or Jesus, Zoroaster or Guru Nanak, Baha'u'llah or a son or savior of humanity to whom you feel drawn. Whenever you or the children leave the house or enter it, bow down to the picture and offer a small prayer. My beloved master, Sadhu Vasvani, often said, New India will be built not in the assembly or parliament, but in the home and the school. Therefore, give to your children the right type of training in the home, and to your students the right type of education in the school and the college. An urgent need of India, as it seems to me, is a new type of education which may integrate the character of the pupils through a proper development of the body and training of the willpower and the emotions. An education which may give a triple training of the head, the hand and the heart. The heart must not be ignored. The problems that are before civilization today will not be solved by the head alone. Illuminated hearts are needed. Current education has failed, because it has, at best, taught us to be literate. Literacy is not education. The alphabet may be the alpha of education. Let us not mistake it for the omega. 4. A literate person can be uneducated, even as an illiterate person can be highly educated. 7-year-old Krishna came home from school and the mother said, Please, before you go out to play, first do your homework. Yes, mummy, Krishna said, but you have to sit here with me and adore me. Love your children. Adore them. It is like sun and rain for a plant that wants to be beautiful. 6.7 The Protector of Children. Sri Swami Hridayananda Mataji. In July 1970 we received Swami Chidanandaji at Kennedy Airport in New York. It was the first time that he would meet the new arrival to our family, 6-month-old Christina. She was a beautiful baby, a mass of golden curls, always happy, pleasant and pleasing. I was just waiting to hear Swamiji's praise of her, and so I had taken her all the way to the airport, carried her all the way to the gate and held her high up, so she would be the first one Swamiji saw and the first one to receive his blessings. The airport was crowded with people. Due to stormy weather conditions, many flights were disrupted and unhappy passengers were camping on the floor to find some rest while they waited for arrivals or departures. Swamiji's flight was only slightly delayed. Our gaze was fixed on the gate as Swamiji finally slipped through the door. Tall, draped in his orange robe, freshly shaven and with a big smile on his face, he recognized family and friends. For a while we all moved over to a corner of the room and basked in that divine joy Swamiji brings with his presence. He greeted us, blessed us, prayed and chanted for some time. We offered flowers and gave him a cup of tea. But he didn't say a word about the baby. Suddenly he got up and waved to the group to move on. He reached for the baby in my arms, propped her up on his shoulder and started to walk. No one could keep up with his swift walk. He was far ahead of us, aiming towards the exit of the airport. It was quite a sight to see this serene-looking monk from India carrying a baby on his chest. People just stopped, looked, turned around and were amazed. We were somewhat behind him and could clearly observe. At the last gate, just prior to the exit, was a large crowd waiting to depart. It seemed that the passengers had been waiting for many long hours. Most of them conversed in Spanish. They were complaining, and it was a very tense and stressed situation. We saw one mother hitting her 2 young children and displaying great fits of anger. It was then that divine intervention took place. Swamiji stopped, shifted the baby from his right shoulder to his left and embraced with his right arm the 2 little ones who had just received a severe spanking. The children clung to him and sought protection from their mother's wrath. Swamiji then looked into the woman's face and spoke to her calmly. "Do not hit these children. They are divine." It was an intense moment. There was dead silence. All held their breath. Swamiji then reached in his pocket and pulled out a prayer card and gave it to the woman. It was the prayer of St. Francis. She took it quietly, looked down and began to read. "Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. It is in dying to the little self that we are born to eternal life." At that point Swamiji turned and walked towards the exit. 6.8 The Culmination of Selfhood. Advised to Sadhakas. Sri Hridayananda Mataji. The Sant Chapter is a collective attempt at concentrated and uninterrupted sadhana and satsang for 1 week, which may serve as a model and give the taste of a dedicated life, to be continued to whatever degree possible by each one individually throughout the year. The goal of this Mahavrata, great vow, is the realization of the self. It is a combined effort of all the sadhakas towards the one. Individually one may find the path too difficult. However, by a combined effort all the energies are motivated and sublimated towards the one end. The weak-willed are inspired by the stronger. The Lord himself appears in the form of a Mahavrata to bless and cleanse the devotee, so that he can lift him up on his lap. Just as the cow licks its young one, so God himself cleans the devotee. In a Sant Chapter in Vrindavan, many interesting questions were put to Ma. One of them was, can God be realized without suffering? How Ma replied, to realize God is a different matter. One has no right to make the body suffer under any condition. There is a reason for this. To whom does the body belong? He whose body it is, who has created the body, who has manifested in that shape, has given it to you that you may do service. The body is God's dwelling place. Keep your body clean. Keep it pure. Keep it undefiled. Regard the body as a temple of God. Seen from a certain position, there is a veil of ignorance, a screen that hides him. In order to remove that veil, you have to scrub the temple clean. Purify it. What happens to the person who is bent on sense enjoyment? It acts as a slow poison. Step by step it takes him towards death, and he leaves with a return ticket to come back to this world to fulfill his longings. God has made certain laws. So long as you go on pursuing the objects of the senses, you can't not be released from the wheel of birth and death. But if you proceed in the other direction, if having stilled with great patience and endurance the agitation of the senses, you take to the path of who am I, from where have I come, so as to remove the veil of ignorance, then the realization of your immortality will dawn. The problem of birth and death will disappear and death will die. Therefore, in order to reveal your immortality, to bring to light that you are the offspring of the immortal, that you are deathless in essence, you are practicing sadhana and are taking part in the samamvrata. Why is samam essential? Without leading a life of restraint, the road to God realization does not open out when your desires are thwarted, when you are obstructed in what you want to do. Then the enemies, egoism, passion, desires, come to the forefront and assert themselves. Even against your better judgment and will, they make their appearance. When this happens, you feel remorseful and unhappy. Through aversions and dislikes, these enemies make their appearance. All this is but natural. It is the usual thing with everyone. If the understanding dawns in the aspirant that the practice he does for the sake of God is spoiled by giving way to the prompting of these enemies, and he conceives the desire to aspire after supreme knowledge, Brahmavidya, then what is his endeavor? To lead a restrained, disciplined life. If one does not abstain from self-indulgence, what happens? People come and participate in the samamvrata. They are used to cater for the appetites of their senses, to behave as they feel like, to say what they please, to act according to their whims, to give full freedom to the ego. Their habit has been to eat what they fancy, to put on the clothes they feel like wearing, to behave according to their own sweet will. They have become accustomed to this kind of life. On no account are they prepared to forego their worldly comforts. Driven as they are by desires for comforts and enjoyment, rather than aspiring after yoga, it is but natural that they should experience backache, pain in their legs, a burning sensation in the body, great restlessness of the mind. This is what one hears. Many have told this body about these things. You lack practice. You are not used to meditating. Consequently, when you are trying to practice yoga, to realize that you are eternally united with reality, that you are a yogi, joined indissolubly to God, that you are a supremely great sadhaka, the offspring of a rishi, that rishihood is within you. When your mind turns in that direction and you are attempting to sit still, then the habit of doing what you please will pull you and make you feel ill at ease. Note this carefully. When you asked whether it is necessary to inflict suffering on the body in order to find God, you should remember that what seems painful to you is endured in order to find the beloved. Why do we experience pain and suffering, sorrow and trouble? Because we have not yet found the beloved, Him who is the eternal fountain of all goodness and well-being, who is all merciful and gracious. We are not experiencing Him as such. If those who are sitting here felt desperately eager for the bliss of God realization, they would not feel what you call suffering, the sensation of physical discomfort or pain. To inflict suffering on the body is not right. To sit down comfortably and indulge in easy familiar talk will nourish one's personal desire and ego. Now discover for yourself where the suffering lies. If it were really irksome, you would not come and sit here. You come because you do aspire after God realization, each according to his own line of approach. You long for His touch, His revelation, His vision. That is why you have taken recourse to the Samamdrata. Now say, how is there suffering or hardship? Maa further stated, it is right to perform Samamdrata. Without observing Samamdrata you will never attain supreme peace. He is responsible for whatever comes to pass. If He puts an impediment in your way, it is as it should be. And if He grants you success, that again is proper. You cannot get peace of mind by indulging in the pleasures of this world, by eating and drinking, by merely catering to your senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell and so forth. If you want to calm your mind, child, then take recourse to satsang. The Mahatmas, great realized souls, provide you with counsel on how to realize your true self. Go forward in the company of Him alone. Choose the company of the travelers on the path. That is, associate with Mahatmas. Seek satsanga. 6.9 The key to transformation. Sri Swami Chidananda. 200 years ago, a baby girl was born in the family of a very renowned Japanese warrior, a samurai. The baby girl was beautiful and grew up to be a maiden of such exceptional and unusual beauty that the family offered her to the empress as a handmaiden or servant. The empress and the entire royal family were struck by the beauty of this girl. She was found to be very intelligent, very active and very perceptive. So she soon became a favorite and an important part of the empress's retinue. Unfortunately, within a few years, while the girl was still in her teens, the empress, whose health had been apparently perfectly normal, suddenly passed away. This had such a profound impact upon the young girl that something stirred deep within her and a sudden change came over her. She said, "What is this life? Everything is vain. Everything passes away. There is no stability. Nothing can be relied upon. Nothing is real. Everything is evanescent, transitory, ephemeral, perishable and passing." So profound was this conviction that she lost all interest in life and determined then and there, "I must pursue the path of meditation and enlightenment. I should become a Zen nun, a seeker and a meditator." Everyone was shocked. Her whole family was in an uproar. They said, "Impossible. It is against our family tradition. You are too young for this. You are unprepared. You must marry. Moreover, it will not be possible for you to be a nun having such great beauty. She yielded to them upon one strict condition, that after she had mothered 3 children, the marriage agreement would be at an end and she would then become a nun. No one believed that such a thing would happen, and so they readily agreed and arranged a match for her. She also told her future husband and in-laws the same thing, that only on this condition would she be willing to enter into wedlock. All agreed, and so she was married. Dutifully she served her husband and in-laws, took full interest in family affairs, looked after the household and behaved in a 100% normal way. But, at the same time, she was a keen student of Zen literature and practiced meditation. Still, in all ways she was an efficient housewife, a good wife, an obedient daughter-in-law and a good mother. However, after the 3rd child had been born and reared for a few months, she suddenly announced that her promise had been fulfilled. She would no longer continue in the family life and instead would take to the life of a Zen nun. In spite of all protests, she shaved her head and silenced them with a reminder of their promise. She left everything, put on a nun's robe and wandered away in search of a Zen master. She went to a famous master and asked to be taken in discipleship. She was refused due to her beauty. She went to another master where she was also refused on ground of her beauty. Thereupon, she determined that this obstacle must be removed. So, one day, she made a big fire, put an iron rod into it and branded her face. She made her face ugly beyond recognition and thus lost her beauty forever. She then went back to the second master, who immediately accepted her as a disciple. She was a very earnest and sincere practitioner of the Zen way of life and advanced spiritually in an amazing manner. It is only when metal is touched by a philosopher's stone that it becomes gold. If clay or wood comes into contact with it, it will remain clay or wood. If a person of metal comes in contact with even day-to-day experiences, he or she will be transformed. This beautiful Japanese girl had the right stuff in her. There was something ready to absorb, to react, to get transformed. And, therefore, a transformation took place. So, it is not what the jiva keeps experiencing in this life that really enriches it or transforms it and lifts it up to sublime heights. Rather, it is actively exercised vichara and viveka. More than that, even this is not sufficient. It is how one reacts in a vital manner to experiences that becomes the transforming factor in the life of a true seeker. 6.10 Girgi, the Virgin Philosopher, Sri Swami Sivananda. The importance of the discussion in the 6th and the 8th Brahmana of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad lies in the fact that women capable of carrying on religious discussions were admitted into these assemblies. When Yajnavalkya was in the court of Janaka, Girgi came to him and questioned him about the nature of Brahman. She came there merely to know from Yajnavalkya about the supreme reality and not to vanquish him or to examine his knowledge. 6th Brahmana. Then Girgi, daughter of Vachaknu, said, Yajnavalkya, all this earth here is woven, like warp and woof, in water. Upon what, then, are the waters woven and rewoven in air? O Girgi, he replied. In what then is there woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of the sky? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of the sky woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Aditya sun? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Aditya woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Chandra, moon? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Chandra woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Nakshatras, stars? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Nakshatras woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of gods? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of gods woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Indra? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Indra woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Prajapati? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Prajapati woven, like warp and woof in the worlds of Brahma? O Girgi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Brahma woven, like warp and woof? Yajnavalkya said, O Girgi, do not ask too much improper questions, lest thy head should fall off. Thou askest the deity about which we are not to ask too much. Do not ask too much, O Girgi. After that, Girgi, daughter of Vachaknu, became silent. 8th Brahmana. Then Girgi, daughter of Vachaknu, said, Venerable Brahmanas, I shall ask him 2 questions. If he answers them, then indeed none of you can ever defeat him in any argument concerning Brahman. Yajnavalkya said, Ask. O Girgi, she said. Yajnavalkya, as the son of a warrior from Kasi or Vidya might string his loosened bow, take 2 pointed foe-piercing arrows in his hand and rise to do battle, so I will rise before thee with 2 questions. Will you answer me these questions? Yajnavalkya said. Ask. O Girgi, she said. O Yajnavalkya, that of which they say that it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present and future. Tell me, in what is it woven like warp and woof? Yajnavalkya replied. That of which they say that it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present and future. That is woven like warp and woof, is the ether. Akasa, she said. I bow to thee, O Yajnavalkya, who hast explained this question to me. Be prepared for the other. Yajnavalkya said. Ask. O Girgi, she said. O Yajnavalkya, what is above the heavens? What is beneath the earth? What is between? And what is these 2, heaven and earth? And what is called past, present and future? Upon what is all this woven and rewoven like warp and woof? Yajnavalkya replied. What is above the heavens, O Girgi? And what is beneath the earth? What is between? And what is these 2, heaven and earth? and what is called past, present and future, is woven and rewoven on the ether like warp and woof. Girgi said, in what then is the ether woven? Like warp and woof. Yajnavalkya replied, O Girgi, the Brahmanas call this the Akshara, the imperishable. It is neither coarse nor subtle, neither short nor long, neither red nor white. It is not shadow, not darkness, not air, not ether, without adhesion, without smell, without eyes, without ears, without speech, without mind, without light, without breath, without a mouth or door, without measure, having no within and no without. It does not consume anything, nor does anyone consume it. By the command of this indestructible being, O Girgi, sun and moon stand apart. By the command of this Akshara, O Girgi, heaven and earth stand upheld in their places. By the command of that Akshara, O Girgi, minutes, hours, days and nights, half months, months, seasons, years, all stand apart. By the command of that Akshara, O Girgi, some rivers flow to the east from the snowy mountains, others to the west and others to the quarters ordained for them. By the command of that Akshara indestructible being, O Girgi, men praise those who give. The gods follow the sacrifices, and forefathers the oblations. Whosoever, O Girgi, ignorant of this indestructible being, offers oblations in this world, sacrifices, adores the gods and practices austerities even for 1,000 years, his work will have an end. Whosoever, O Girgi, without knowing this Akshara, departs from this world, becomes a miser. But he, O Girgi, who departs from this world, knowing this indestructible being, is a true Brahmana. That Brahman, O Girgi, although unseen but sees, unheard but hears, unthought but thinks, unknown but knows. There is none that sees but he, there is none that hears but he, there is none that thinks but he, there is none that knows but he. In that Akshara, then, O Girgi, the ether is woven and rewoven like warp and woof. Then said Girgi, O venerable Brahmins, highly respect my word and acquaint yourself towards Yajnavalkya by bowing before him. None among you can defeat him in any argument concerning Brahman. After that the daughter of Vachaknu became silent. The true meaning of Brahmacharya, Sri Swami Krishnananda, together with the insistence on the necessity of a guru in the imparting of knowledge. The Upanishads are also never tired of hammering upon another qualification of the student of this knowledge, Brahmacharya. In many places it appears that Brahmacharya and Brahmin are almost identified. Wherever there is Brahmacharya, there is also Brahmin knowledge. Very significant is this word, Brahmacharya. It is the conduct of Brahman that is actually called Brahmacharya. Charya is conduct, behavior, attitude, disposition, demeanor, and Brahma is the truth. The conduct of reality is Brahmacharya. So, when you conduct yourself in a manner not in contradiction to the nature of truth, you are supposed to be observing Brahmacharya. And what is the nature of truth which you should not contradict in your day-to-day conduct and which is supposed to be Brahmacharya? The nature of truth is non-sensory existence. Truth is not a sensible object. It is not seen. It is not heard. It is not tasted. It is not touched. It is not contacted by any of the senses of our individual personality. Therefore, to desire for the objects of sense would be a contradiction of the nature of truth. Brahmacharya is sensory non-indulgence. The opposite of sensory indulgence is the attitude of Brahmacharya. Our present-day activities are mostly a refutation of the principles of Brahmacharya, and so we are weak in every respect. We are unable to see, unable to hear, unable to touch, unable to walk, unable to speak, unable to digest our daily meal. Everything has been weakened, because our senses refute the existence of God. When you see an object you deny God, because the denial of God and the perception of an object are one and the same thing. When you hear a sound, you deny God. When you taste, when you touch, when you have any kind of sensory activity, there is an unconscious refutation of the indivisibility of the existence of God. Brahmacharya has thus been, by an extension of its meaning, regarded as sense control. But sense control is not the whole meaning of Brahmacharya. It is a spiritual attitude to things that is called Brahmacharya, which implies, of course, automatically, sense control. When it is daylight, when the sun is up above our heads, it is understood that darkness has gone. But day is not merely the absence of darkness. It is a positive kind of enlivening and energizing phenomenon, a power that we receive from the sun, including light. So, Brahmacharya is not merely a withdrawal of the senses from contact with objects, though it implies that also. It is an inward positivity of attitude. In Brahmacharya, you become a positive person, with the content of your own, independent of any kind of external aid. You have a stuff of your own, as they call it. That is Brahmacharya. Footnote, taken from the secret of the Katha Upanishad. Think of God alone. Sri Swami Chidananda. Time is indeed most precious. It can never come back. It is rolling on with tremendous speed. Every second must be well utilized for the achievement of God realization, the goal of life. Swami Sivananda. This saying on the wall of the Samadhi Mandir was read carefully by Sri Swami Chidananda before giving the following talk. The essential point for all of you to ponder is that time is flying away. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. Day by day our lifespan decreases. Various distractions take our mind away from the goal. How do you expect or hope that your life will be crowned with God realization, illumination, liberation, bliss, peace, perfection? How do you expect? It is only when one thinks ceaselessly of God and God alone, when one thinks of God alone to the exclusion of all thoughts other than God. To such a person there is not only the possibility, we may almost say, taking into consideration the factor of God's grace, that there is the certainty of attaining God experience in this very life, even now and here. For a person who has one's mind, one's inner gaze, steadily fixed upon God and God alone, ceaselessly without break, who does not allow any other thought to intrude, one who is totally fixed in God, 100%. Without the intrusion of any other thought, the interior of such a person is not human. It is no more mental. The interior of such a person is God. For God dwells, infills totally the inner firmament of that being's consciousness. That being is in a state of God consciousness, not human consciousness. For this we should pray. For this we should ceaselessly make effort with humility, without egoism, aware that even this movement is being initiated by God, carried on by the power of His grace, where I am nowhere and He alone is. And we pray to the Almighty, the Transcendental Being. We pray to Holy Master that they may vouchsafe this blessing and boon upon one and all of you. Amen. 6.11 Realize the truth. Sri Swami Sivananda. Thou art divine. Live up to it. Feel and realize thy divine nature. Thou art the master of thy destiny. Do not be discouraged when sorrows, difficulties and tribulations manifest in the daily battle of life. Draw up courage and spiritual strength from within. There is a vast inexhaustible magazine of power and knowledge within. Learn the ways to tap the source. Dive deep within. Sink down. Plunge into the sacred waters of immortality, the holy Triveni within. You will be quite refreshed, renovated and vivified when you realize, I am the immortal self. Understand the laws of the universe. Move tactfully in this world. Learn the secrets of nature. Try to know the best ways to control the mind. Conquer this mind. Conquest of mind is really conquest of nature and the world. Conquest of mind will enable you to go to the source of the soul power, and you can realize, I am the immortal self. Do not murmur. Do not grumble when troubles and sorrows descend upon you. Every difficulty is an opportunity for you to develop your will and to grow strong. Welcome it. Difficulties strengthen your will, augment your power of endurance, and turn your mind towards God. Face them with a smile. In your weakness lies real strength. Thou art invincible. Nothing can harm you. Conquer the difficulties one by one. This is the beginning of a new life. A life of expansion, glory and divine splendor. Aspire and draw. Grow. Expand. Build up all positive virtuous qualities. The Devi Sampat, viz. Fortitude, patience and courage that are dormant in you. Tread the spiritual path and realize, I am the immortal self. Destiny is your own creation. You have created your destiny through thoughts and actions. You can undo the same by right thinking and action. Even if there is an evil or a dark antagonistic force to attack you, you can diminish its force by resolutely denying the existence of evil or resolutely turning your mind away from it. Thus you can disarm destiny. The one thought, I am the immortal self, will neutralize all evil forces. the evil influences of all malevolent planets and will infuse a new courage and inner spiritual strength. Wrong thinking is the root cause for human sufferings. Cultivate right action. Work unselfishly in terms of unity with Atma Bhava. This is right action. The right thinking is when you constantly think, I am the immortal self. There is no such thing as sin. Sin is only a mistake. Sin is a mental creation. The baby soul must commit some mistake during the process of evolution. Mistakes are your best teachers. The idea of sin will be blown in the air if you think, I am the immortal self. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life. A Perspective. Chapter 7. 7. For married people. Most people do not go to ashrams to take up residence there to practice a life of austerity and celibacy. Instead, most people in the world enter into relationships, and many of those will marry and have children. Yoga practice is not meant only for those leading a life of renunciation. Yoga is an art that can be applied in any aspect of life, and that certainly includes persons engaged in full-time work and family life. The following 10 articles are taken from the writings and talks of Swami Sivananda, Swami Chidananda, and Swami Krishnananda, and are meant to help give direction to married people who are living the householder life. 7.1 Message to a newlywed couple. Sri Swami Chidanandaji, Radiant Immortal Soul. Blessed couple. Jai Sri Ram. May God bless you. Upon the very happy and auspicious day of your sacred marriage, I pray to the Lord to shower His grace upon you both and grant you happiness, health, prosperity and success in life. I am very happy to give you this little message about the greatness and glory of married life and the sanctity of the home of a householder and the grihastha, the householder stage. This message I give in the name of Sri Swami Sivanandaji Maharaj, invoking his blessings and Guru Kripa, Guru's grace, upon you both. Receive this message with earnest attention. You will be greatly benefited. The significance of married life is great. Fortunate indeed is that couple that starts married life with right understanding of its importance and greatness. Marriage is a sacred spiritual partnership between two souls who have come upon this earth to evolve an ideal life of nobility, virtue and dharma and attain their goal of divine perfection through such an ideal life. Therefore, the home of the married couple is a sanctified center of spiritual life. The home is their place of worship, prayer, spiritual sadhana and daily meditation. The cultural ideal of your holy motherland regards this second stage of a person's life as the sacred field for the practice of the noble virtue parapakara, selfless service, and dharma, and for the awakening of the true inner spiritual nature. You are divine Atman. You are not merely a physical creature or a mental intellectual being, but you are spiritual beings far superior to the lesser biological and psychological aspects of your temporary human personalities. You are divinities without birth or death. You're eternal, imperishable, immortal. Spiritual nature must be realized and experienced in this very life. To attain this wonderful experience, the wife and the husband must help each other. They are mutual helpers in this grand adventure of ideal living and spiritual unfoldment. The home is a sacred arena for the attainment of self-conquest and self-mastery that is more thrilling than the scaling of Mount Everest. The daily life of the householder must be the sublime process of manifesting their inner divinity and expressing it outwardly through thought, speech and action. Let this divine life, truth, purity and universal love and compassion constitute the basic foundation of such divine life. The essence of divine life is selflessness and seva, devotion and daily worship, concentration and regular meditation to discriminate between the real and the unreal, the divine and the undivine, between the spiritual and the unspiritual. Blessed couple, may you both lead such a divine life. Feel that your house is the abode of God. Make God the most important factor in your life. Give God the central place in your daily life. God, who is the Lord of the universe, is the master of your home also. Feel it a sacred privilege to be servants at his feet. Tell him with deep feelings, I am thine. All is thine. Nothing belongs to me. Thou art everything, O Lord. Bless me to worship you and serve you in and through all beings. Feel God's divine presence always in your home. Feel that you are doing everything to please him, to glorify him. Make your home the holy house of prayer. Both of you must worship together. Pray together and glorify God together. Uphold Dharma. Love and respect each other. Evolve the life of harmony, beauty and mutual regard. Develop noble character. Let moderation and a wise self-control be the keynote of your life in all things. Let your life be an inspiration to other young couples. Make such an atmosphere at home that one who enters your home must feel at once inspired and elevated. Such is true success in life. In such a home Satya Yuga will prevail. Kali Yuga cannot enter there. Such a home is heaven on earth. Such is the glory and greatness of Grihastha-ashrama. Always regard your married life in its correct perspective and recognize its sanctity, spirituality and divinity. This is the wisdom. This is the way to joy, peace and blessedness. This is the secret of spiritualizing all your activities and living yoga in daily life. Thus the home life will become the gateway to immortality, spiritual perfection and divine realization. Verily, the householder life, when it is rightly understood and nobly lived, becomes the great portal to eternal blessedness and liberation. Our salutations and adorations to ideal married couples who are visible divinities and worthy of our worship. In that home where dwell the chaste wife and her loyal and devoted husband like Mother Sita and Lord Rama. There the gods from heaven come to offer worship and feel themselves sanctified. All the sacred rivers like Ganga, Yamuna and Sarasvati abide in such an ideal home. That home is sacred like Varanasi, Prayaga, Ayodhya, Mathura and Dwaraka. May this world be blessed by such ideal married couples, and such sacred houses. I wish you joy and peace. May your life be radiant like the shining sun and bring light into the lives of many others. Hari Om Tat Sat. With regards, Prem and prayers for your highest welfare and happiness. Yours, at the feet of Sri Gurudev Swami Chidananda. 7.2 Marriage. Sri Swami Sivanandaji. Marriage is entry into the second order of life. The life of the householder begins here. Now he takes up his duties as man and pays his debts by means of sacrifice, by study and by procreating children. The bridegroom tells the bride, I take your hand for good fortune. I seize your hand so that we may have good progeny, that you may live with me, your husband, till you become old. The one God has given you to me for performing the duties of a householder, to give birth to heroes, and, worshipping the one God, to bring about our happiness. The husband repeats sacred formulae during the wedding ceremony. When a child is conceived, it should be done so amidst the vibration of sacred formulae. Good impressions are impressed in the brain cells of the embryo. To a real Hindu who is endowed with pure intellect and right understanding, sexual union is not for the sake of mere enjoyment. He utilizes the divine, creative, vital energy for the formation of a human body. The Hindu ideal of marriage. Marriage is a sacrament for a Hindu. The wife is his partner in life. She is his consort. He cannot perform any religious ritual without her. She stands by his left side when he performs any religious rites. The husband and wife keep Brahma and Sita as their ideal. What the wife is to a Hindu husband is well illustrated by a verse in the Ramayana where Lord Rama, referring to Sita, says, in counsel she is my counselor, in action she is my servant, in religious performances she is my partner, in tolerance she is like the earth, in affection she is like unto my mother. In bed she is like the celestial Rambha, and in play she is my companion. Such, indeed, O Lakshmana, is my beloved. This is the Hindu ideal of a wife. Of all the orders of life, the second is the most important because it supports all the others. As all creatures live supported by air, so also the other orders exist supported by that of the householder. As all streams and rivers flow to rest in the ocean, so also all the orders of life flow to rest in the householder. The householder is the very heart of Aryan life. Everything rests and depends on him. 7.3 The Four Stages of Life. Sri Swami Sivanandaji. In our grand Indian culture they conceived of life in four stages. The preliminary stage, the development stage, the flowering or blossoming stage, and the culminating fruitful stage. The satisfactory growth of the latter three stages truly depends upon the management of the first stage, the student stage. The supreme value of the student period is incalculable. Student life is the most precious life. The way in which you utilize this period will decide the nature of the coming years that lie ahead of you. Your happiness, your success, your honor and your good name all depend upon the way in which you live now. In this present period, you are preparing your future. Remember this. I wish you to be great. The world has put its faith in you. Your elders keep their hope upon you. Now is the time for you to wisely mold your life, your character, your physical health, and your entire nature. It is like the laying of the foundation for an important building you wish to construct. If this building is something very important to you, then just think how much more important its proper foundation becomes in your view. The strong and continued existence of the building depends certainly upon the foundation. This is the stage you are now in. Let your preparations be wise, correct, and of such a kind that will lead to your true welfare, supreme good, and lasting happiness. You should acquire knowledge not only of history, geography, mathematics, etc., but also about human nature, the science of self-control, the art of developing a pure mind, the duties of men and women, and the proper relationship between you, the world and God. Thus, the first 25 years of human life should be dedicated to acquiring good health, perfect character, self-control, and all that is necessary for you to know in order to live life righteously, to be financially independent via some trade or profession, and to thus attain lasting satisfaction and happiness. The second stage, married life. Having already created a firm and ideal foundation, the student enters into the second stage of life, the householder's life. One is not merely entering into a physical partnership with another physical creature, is not entering into a social relationship with another family, but is entering into a spiritual partnership with another soul in order to fulfill a mutually shared divine destiny, so that the relationship between husband and wife is essentially a spiritual partnership between two souls. Your spouse is to you everything: companion, friend, consoler, helper, and partner in this great spiritual adventure. Such is the ideal and total concept of this relationship. With such an understanding, the home becomes not only a place for living the normal worldly existence, but also a place of worship and devotion. Daily worship, helping those in need, and honoring the guest, especially the chance visitor who happens to be at your door at the time of food, become primary duties of householders. Another aspect of the householder's duty is to evolve between themselves reciprocally a certain ideal behavior of mutual love, honoring each other's individual freedom. Such an atmosphere becomes the ideal ground for nurturing the new generation. The children find that between their parents exists a beautiful relationship of harmony, love, mutual respect, and tolerance, which creates an ideal atmosphere for their growth. Through their personal relationship, the parents place before the children an exemplary way of conducting themselves, which becomes the first educational process of the child. Home is, therefore, the nursery of the nation, nursery of the world. Providing an ideal setting and an ideal atmosphere for the generation of tomorrow is an important duty of the married couple. Third stage, retirement. Having fulfilled the duties of raising children, making them adults capable of standing on their own feet, a new stage of life comes into being. Up till now you were entirely preoccupied with your family and your profession, providing for your parents, wife, children and other dependents. To a certain extent, it was a self-centered life, although one practiced selflessness for the sake of the children and family. But now one must give way to the new generation. Having retired, with a little more leisure on your hands, and with a vast reservoir of professional experience and expertise, one has the time to become true selfless servants of the society, to become altruists and philanthropists. This is also the time for husband and wife, together, to enter more into the inner life. Study, meditation, prayer, pilgrimage. We must realize that a time comes when we have to say goodbye. We have to prepare for that last journey. The fourth stage, renunciation. At this time of life the only duty is to gather together one's mind and place it upon the Supreme Being. That is the fourth quarter of life, the sunset period of one's life, when all your relationships and connections are coming to a close. At this time, your entire mind should be fixed upon the eternal, no more on the passing world. You have fulfilled all your duties, and now you have to depart. The river is reaching the ocean, and a time will come when it has to merge into the ocean. Here one's mind has become calm, steady and pure. One's heart is desireless and free from all cravings. One is established in perfect self-restraint and virtue. This ideal state is the fruit of right living. Here, one automatically becomes absorbed in the contemplation of the Supreme and moves towards God experience. He or she reaps the harvest of a rich inner spiritual life, supreme peace and bliss, obtaining that ultimate objective for which one has taken birth. That is the goal to be reached. What must you do? How must you live? How should you manage life satisfactorily? There are 12 keys to successfully managing one's life. They are listed here below. 7.4 12 Keys to Happiness and Success. 1. Develop a clear-cut aim. First, you must form a correct conception of how you wish to develop and perfect yourself. You must cultivate a clear-cut idea of what you want to become. Without such an aim, your life cannot move forward powerfully and progressively. You will be pulled in different directions and your mind will be distracted and much energy will be wasted. You can avoid all this if you have a well-defined aim or a set of a few definite objectives. Then there is no confusion in your way. You know what you wish to attain and in which direction to proceed. Therefore, you also understand what is right and what is wrong, what is desirable and what is undesirable, what is to be accepted and what is to be rejected in moving towards your aim of life. Such definiteness gives you great inner strength. It develops willpower. It makes you a positive personality. There will be no more negative trends in your life too. Draw up a wise program. The second important thing is to draw up for yourself a wise program to help you to develop along the desired lines and to gradually attain the aim of life. Such a program will provide a plan of action in meeting with all problems that face the young student, the growing youth, to deal with all the situations that arise in your life, to meet and overcome temptations with a firm mind and to surmount obstacles with boldness and self-confidence. The power to do this exists within you already in its latent state. It has to be unfolded and activated. A proper understanding of your own mind, its behavior and habits, and the law that governs the inner activity of the mind become very, very helpful in living this wonderful and interesting period of your life. 3. Guard your health. Now we come to the factors upon which depends the proper working out of your program of life. Health is the key factor. Without health you can do nothing. Without health you can succeed neither in studies, nor in character building, nor in sports and social activities, nor in home life. Health is a matter of careful living. It is got not only from things you eat and drink, but it is also obtained from your wise and careful avoiding of such things that are not good for your health. Eat for your health. Eat for your strength and not for your taste. Eat to live and to serve. Do not live to eat. Eat simple food. Go to bed early and get up early. Acquire healthy habits. Do regular exercise daily. Be moderate in eating and drinking. Chew your food thoroughly. Do not overeat. Do not eat without hunger. Avoid things that do not agree with you. Learn about your body. Understand the inner organs. Know about a woman's monthly cycle. Eating food with calcium and iron now will help your body later on, when you are pregnant. 4. Conserve your energy. Then you must conserve your energy. Never waste your energy in useless pursuits. Too much talking and gossiping, aimless wandering, habit of worrying, losing your temper frequently, all these drain away your energy. Give up all habits that are likely to have an adverse effect on health. Smoking and illegal drugs are a curse upon students. Be established in perfect Brahmacharya. Abstain from sexual activity. Preserve health. Conserve energy. Develop physical and mental strength and thus lay the foundation of a successful life. 5. Value character. Value character more than anything else on earth. Be perfectly truthful. Do not let your speech be vulgar or rude. Speech must be clean, polite and joy-giving. Cast away egoism, pride and selfishness. These 3 form the blemish upon human character. They arise out of ignorance and greed. Ignorance makes you proud and egoistic. Greed makes you selfish. They led to dishonor and unhappiness and failure in life. By leading a simple life and having a cheerful disposition under all circumstances, you can overcome selfishness and egoism. Your life and conduct must be the cause of happiness in other people. 6. Adopt virtues. Adopt certain virtues and principles and stick to them in all your activities. Never leave these principles. Never move away from virtue. These principles will be your true friends and helpers. They will assure your progress and ultimately grant you supreme happiness and success. Periodically make certain simple resolutions to practice those virtues. Maintain a personal diary wherein you make a careful note of your day-to-day conduct, speech and behavior. This will reveal to you how far you are advancing and show you your mistakes and where you must correct yourself. Such a diary will be your friend. It will reveal your weaknesses and teach you humility. 7. Pray to God. Pray to God and ask Him for inner strength and guidance. God's divine name has immense power. Repeat His name always and remember Him in all situations. Remember God with love in your heart. Have absolute faith in your inseparable relationship with Him. Cultivate constant remembrance of God by seeing His invisible presence in and through all things in this universe. God is not far away from you. God is here and now. He is the all-pervading reality, the ever-present divine spirit pervading this entire universe. And also He is your innermost self. He is closer to you than your very breath. Never forget this. Even when you are engaged in your daily activity, begin to feel the presence of God. 8. Reflect on ideal personalities. Reflect upon the lives of ideal personalities. Draw strength and inspiration from their lives and teachings. Try to mold your life upon their pattern. Always have a great ideal before your mind. Think of it at all times, morning, noon, evening and night. Develop it into the constant background of your thought. Then your mind will never be idle or vacant. This is important because right thinking is the key to noble living. 9. Be kind. Out of your life there must flow ceaseless love, kindness and compassion. Never hurt anyone. Never hurt even the least of God's creatures either by thought, word or action. Even in dreams you should never think of harming or hurting any creature. This sublime principle of non-injury, harmlessness, is given a very great place in the eternal Vedic way of life. Be a center of help. Be a center of benefit. Be a center of happiness and peace to all. Never injure. Never hurt. Never harm any living creature. 10. Be absolutely truthful. You must be rooted in absolute truthfulness, even at the cost of your life. Never utter falsehood. Never be dishonest in any of your dealings with anyone in this world. Be a person of integrity, of verity. Become established in truthfulness in thought, word and deed. Truth is God. One who practices truthfulness rigidly will attain God. God is present in this human world as the sublime principle of truthfulness. 11. Serve others. The vexing problems of this modern world, its clashes and conflicts, its greed and exploitation, its hatred and hostilities, its mad craze for selfish acquisition will never cease or be relieved until and unless there is a change of outlook in man towards his neighbors and towards the life around him. Man makes life what it is, and life around man is but a reflection of what he is. The only rational and lasting solution to the afflictions that beset the organized society of civilized persons is a reinstating of the spirit of selfless giving into its rightful place. The more you give of yourself, the greater will be your conquest over sorrow and suffering and your ascent into peace and bliss. There can be no greater joy than seeing the smile on someone's face whom you have helped. The gift of giving comes back 100-fold in inner peace and contentment. It is a greater good to find ways to help those outside the family. Don't be afraid to offer to help carry something for an old or disabled person. Your healthy body was created for service to the world. 12. Think nobly. As you think, so you will become. Just as you reap what you sow. In the same way, you will ultimately experience and attain what you constantly think and feel. Your inner thoughts led to outer action. Repeated actions grow into habits. Such habits become permanent qualities in your very nature. This nature goes to form your character. Your future and your destiny is the direct result of your character. Understand this very well. Carefully bear this in your mind. Think and act with this knowledge. Your inner thoughts are the seeds of your ultimate destiny. Safeguard your thoughts and feelings. Think nobly and virtuously. You will become a noble man or woman. You will attain greatness and make your life fruitful. More than all the books that you read and study, more than all your lessons and examinations. More important than everything in life is the cultivation of virtues. This is the source of ultimate happiness. Become good and great. 7.5 The Integrated Life according to the Brahma Sutra. Sri Swami Krishnandaji. One aphorism in the Brahma Sutras is very intriguing, which no commentator has explained properly. This sutra is based on the following concluding passage in the Chandogya Upanishad. One who has studied the Vedas from the teacher according to rule, in the time left over from doing service to the teacher, he, who after having come back, settles down in a home, continues the study in more detail, who concentrates all his senses on the self, who practices non-hatred to all creatures, he who behaves thus throughout his life, reaches the world of the Creator. Krishna Bhavat. 2 Grahina Samhara. The 3rd of April 1948. Is the sutra used to explain the life of a householder. The meaning of the sutra is that the life of a householder is integral. Unfortunately, all the commentators on the Brahma Sutras are sannyasins. Renunciate. No sannyasin will accept that a householder is leading an integral life. They will say sannyasa is higher. They write only 2 lines according to the Upanishads. The householder's life is considered integral, and pass on. In ancient days it was believed that a person would live for 100 years, and that there are 4 gradational achievements for the development of the person. In the beginning it is conservation of energy, which is called Brahmacharya. The study of holy scriptures, service to the guru and maintaining self-control are the duties at this stage. Ancient Brahmacharyas were great and powerful persons. If they uttered a word, it would immediately materialize. Brahmacharyas are feared. One cannot irritate or play jokes with them. They are a magazine of energy. After that one enters married life and fulfills the duties of a householder. The duties of a householder are interesting to note. It is not attachment to family. That would be far away from the truth. In Indian culture, attachment is never allowed. Duty is emphasized as the very purpose of life. The fulfillment of the means of personal and social relationship is the duty of a householder. In the stage of Brahmacharya, he is concerned only with himself. However, it is not possible to be living only by oneself, because there is society also. There are impulses of self-restraint and also impulses of social relation. There are impulses of acquiring wealth. There are impulses of seeing beauty. And there are impulses of being charitable to people. This is why the sutra says the householder's life is integral. He is a highly respected person. Not because he has a family, but because he is engaged in doing his duty. The integral life is a life of non-attachment on one side and freedom from hatred on the other side. It is difficult to find such a person nowadays. When the social relationships are well fed and taken care of and the needs of living a family life have also matured systematically, the householder retires. Retirement means the freedom from the necessity to have any social relations. Up to this level, people were individuals. Brahmacharis are individuals of one kind. The householder is an individual of another kind. But now, there is a concept of the super-individual, who dedicates himself to unite his mind with universal relations. This stage has nothing to do with any kind of dress or gesture. One must be careful and impartial in thinking. Be highly dispassionate and true to one's conscience. There is a grandeur in universal relations. All that the Brahmachari did in his individual capacity, all that the householder did in his social capacity are transcended in the supermental operation in terms of universal relations. That is Vanaprastha, a stage staggering to thought. Then comes sannyasa. A sannyasin does not just mean a person who is wearing ochre cloth, which is again a social restriction, a social distinction. A person whose mind is centered in the universal absolute. That person is more than a super-individual. He is a cosmic individual, known as Jivan Mukta. Sannyasins are respected as God himself, not because they have a shaven head and have put on the cloth, but because their minds are centered in the absolute being. Here is the commentary for this intriguing sutra, difficult to understand. Even an understanding of the Brahma Sutras will purify the mind. We are not what we are thinking ourselves to be. We belong to another kingdom of eternal values. Truly understood, the ideal householder's life is almost a miracle. He conserves energy like the Brahmachari in a more widened way. The self-restraint of the Brahmachari is personal and individual. The householder's self-restraint is more difficult because he has to maintain self-restraint personally and in family relations and the wider human society by restrained behavior of non-attachment coupled simultaneously with duty towards everyone in every field. He feeds the Brahmacharis and sannyasins and guests with love, even sacrificing his own meal when necessary. He takes care of animals around, does not hurt even ants in the house by leading them out peacefully. He worships God like the sannyasi, reads the holy law like the Brahmacharya, and is detached from emotional contacts like the Vanaprasthi. His life is a continuous sacrifice. Rightly, the Brahma Sutra mentions him especially as the one whose life is perfectly integrated. The scheme detailed above is a scientific system which frees a person from psychopathic reactions and turbulence of emotion that may result from overdoing things, erroneously asking for double promotion in one's spiritual search, ending in anger, disgust, vengeance, vindictiveness and hatred towards everything. The mentioned scheme avoids these pitfalls and healthily enables one to rise to the level of a veritable God walking on earth. The attempt to overstep the householder's duties and seek the universal aspirations of a sannyasi directly from the Brahmacharya stages, indeed, a highly ambitious and laudable enterprise. But here is also a danger. The universal will reject the entry into itself of any element alien to its nature. It is difficult to believe that the individual sense of the Brahmacharya can suddenly bloom into the universal longings of the sannyasi. People mostly suffer shipwreck here and turn into arrogant specimens due to conjuring up a false imagination of high achievements, while there are actually none. Great things require a great price in the form of determined meditations. 7.6 Daily Spiritual Routine for Householders. Sri Swami Chidnandaji. Each householder should have an ideal daily routine. The home life should not be left to itself, but taken care of. In addition to those unexpected things that come up every day, a visit of someone, a telephone call, an invitation to go out with someone, every one of you should have an accepted basic program. A basic schedule for your daily life, which should include an hour of prayer in the morning and an hour of prayer in the evening. The prayer hour might include the reading of scriptural texts, the reading of sacred and inspiring spiritual books, a few minutes of quiet and drawn meditation, a few minutes of actually articulated prayer. Inspiring prayer. The prayer can be spontaneous. It does not necessarily have to come out of some book, or it can be both, as there are some very inspiring short prayers in the Gospel and also in some other books. The children should also be trained in this way. There should be some actual act of external worship. After all, we are embodied creatures and we wish to exercise our bodies also in devotion. When you are in a state of worship, the body also should take on the attitude of worship. You should light a lamp or a candle, burn a little incense, bow before the deity, offer supplication, ask him to enlighten you, to fill your heart with virtue. Fill your heart with divine love, goodness and selflessness, and then, bowing low, kneel and press down with your forehead. In this way, you humble yourself in the presence of God. As the body prostrates and humbles itself, it has a chastening effect upon the mind. We cannot become completely heedless to these reactions of the body upon the mind and the mind upon the inner spirit. Therefore, each day, you should have an hour when you have scope for the exercise of these aspects of your being, for the exercise of the body, the heart and the feelings in prayer, for the exercise of the mind and the intellect in study, reflection and inquiry, and for the exercise of the spirit in inner contemplation, silence, indrawnness and meditation. Each member of the family should have a private altar. The mother should have her own nook or little corner, where she has her prayer and conversation with God, asking for guidance, a little intimate communion with God. The husband, likewise, should have a small altar for himself, and if this cannot be had, at least he must have some time for himself, when he communes with the Maker individually. And the children should be trained right from the very beginning to have such separate little corners for themselves. Just as they have one corner for their toys, another for their books, a third for their pets, so they must have a corner for their own communion with the Most High. And if this habit is developed from childhood, then later on they will be able to have their own independent spiritual life. 7.7 The Glory of Motherhood. Sri Swami Chidanandaji. The heritage of Indian womanhood has been a glorious one. It would be no exaggeration to say that there has been no sphere of human endeavor for the uplift of mankind in which our women have not gladly and efficiently shared the burden along with the men. Whether it is on religious, social or political ground, nowhere have our women been found lagging behind. The Indian or Hindu concept is that man and woman, Purusha and Sakti, are one and indivisible. Wife is Ardhangani. She ever dwells in her husband. She occupies half the body of her lord. Sita did not think of herself as a separate entity. She was in and of Rama. The Indian woman always identifies herself completely with her husband in all domestic, religious and social life. No religious ceremony can be performed by the husband without his wife. The Vedic hymns chant of her, "Be an empress to your father-in-law, be an empress to your mother-in-law, be an empress to your husband's brothers and sisters. She is the queen of the house. She illumines the home through the glory of motherhood." Woman is the backbone or bedrock or the basis for sustaining religion and national strength and prosperity. There is no difference between her and Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty, grace and prosperity. Manu says, that woman who does always good, who is efficient in work, sweet in speech, devoted to her dharmas and service to her husband, is really no human being but a goddess. The inspiring force of the home is the woman. The home is the origin and the beginning of every form of social organization. It is the nursery of the nation. It is the sweet place where children are trained for future citizenship, good habits, right conduct, formation of character are created in children spontaneously in a well-regulated home under the personal influence of the mother. The loving kindness and the cultured gentleness of the mother help the children to unfold their native talents and dormant capacities quickly. Children absorb ideas by suggestion and imitation. Early training and impressions are lasting. If the child is placed in the hands of a paid servant, what can you expect when it grows up? The child needs the constant contact of the mother. She is the first teacher or guru. She alone can give to the child the milk of knowledge and culture and shape its destiny. The rising generation depends entirely upon the training given by the mothers. The improvement and strengthening of the nation is in the hands of the mothers. It is therefore the most important duty of parents to create religious impressions in the minds of their children by telling them stories from the Ramayana and the Bhagavata, by making them do kirtan and recite prayers. They should make their sons perform sanja regularly in the morning, noon and evening. They should encourage the children to study the Gita, the Ramayana and other scriptures. They should make them do japa daily. Napoleon's mother always kept pictures of Greek and Roman heroes with her and sang songs of these heroes. Thus the heroic spirit was created in Napoleon even while he was in his mother's womb. Sachi, the mother of Gauranga, rocked the cradle of her son with Hari's name on her lips. Hari Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Mukunda Madhava Govinda Bol. This infused in him the honey of devotion and brought forth to the world a Gauranga who changed the mentality of India. Women have got ample opportunities to improve and increase the national health and prosperity. They really build the nation. They can utilize their talents and abilities in making the home the cradle of culture, character, personal ability and religious upheaval. It is therefore wrong to say that their life is cramped or stunted by attending to the duties at home and that no scope is given for evolution and freedom. This is a sad mistake indeed. The life of a woman is as noble and serious as that of a man. If a woman is pure, she can save and purify man. Woman can purify the race. Woman can make a home a sacred temple. The Hindu women have been the custodians of the Hindu race. The Hindu religion, the Hindu culture and civilization still survives in spite of the many foreign invasions. When other civilization have come and gone, on account of the purity of Hindu women, the women are taught to regard chastity as their most priceless possession. Religion is ingrained in the Hindu woman from her very childhood. Hindu women illumine and enliven the house through the glory of their purity. This is the secret of the endurance of the Hindu religion, civilization and culture. A mother charges nothing. A mother found one morning at breakfast a bill made out by her small son, Bradley, aged 8. Mother owes Bradley, for running errands, 25 cents. For being good, 10 cents. For taking music lessons, 15 cents. For extras, 5 cents. Total 55 cents. Mother smiled, but made no comment. At lunch Bradley found the bill with 55 cents and another piece of paper neatly folded like the first. Opening it he read, "Bradley owes mother, for nursing him through scarlet fever. Nothing. For being good to him. Nothing. For clothes, shoes and playthings. Nothing. For his playroom. Nothing. For his meals. Nothing. Total. Nothing. 7.8 to adorable and divine mothers. Sri Swami Chidnandaji Om Namo Narayana. I bow again and again at the feet of all of you who are the very embodiment and symbol of the Almighty Mother. I am very happy to get this opportunity of giving this message in your service. Our most worshipful Master Swami Sivananda used to consider Indian women as the manifestation of the Universal Mother. The key to the future development and progress of any nation is held by the women, because the mother is the first teacher of any child in every generation. Home is the elementary school for all children for inculcating good habits and higher values for the future development of the nation and the most effective element of education. Just as a potter or an idol maker takes hold of highly plastic clay and shapes it at will, likewise a mother shapes the character of a child by the manner of her speaking and conduct. Thus important and effective power is yours, and you have to keep this in mind while taking proper care and train the children in your family for building a strong future India. The preservation of our culture is the responsibility of women and not men. Woman is the custodian of the culture of the land. Any soul born in a home gets initially conditioned, and that too seriously, by the atmosphere prevailing therein. The mother influences the child far more than the father. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the nation. You should understand yourself. The real you is your imperishable soul. The real you is neither male nor female and has neither any name nor any form. Do not forget this truth even for a moment. To realize the great divine power of the imperishable self is as much your birthright as it is that of men. This has been firmly established in the ancient culture of India, the country which produced great realized sages, also produced great ladies, who could participate on an equal footing with those sages in the debates on the knowledge of the self. The main amongst them were Girgi, Maitreyi, Sulabha, Chudala, Madalasa, etc. You are directly connected with this tradition, not just in the past, but in modern times also. We have great realized ladies like Ananda Ma, Janaki May, disciple of Ramana Maharshi, Sati Godavari May, Ramadevi, Mata Krishnabai, etc. To consider women as the weaker sex is a retrograde viewpoint. You are all very powerful. You have the power to uplift man from the state of incompetence and deficiency. You are the very embodiment of the all-powerful Divine Mother. You will not find this elevating sentiment about women in any other society. During marriage ceremonies in Bengal, the bride is given a sharp knife when the bridegroom and the bride come into the marriage pandal. This symbolizes the liberating power that can release man from bondage. You should understand this well and preserve your exalted status bestowed on you by the Indian culture. Even in the polluted atmosphere of today, you can make home a heaven on earth. Conduct daily prayers in the home. Display pictures of great saints. Read life stories of Sarada Devi, Mirabai, Madalasa and other female devotees and realized souls. Tell your children the stories of devotees, patriots, warriors and hermits. Stop all worthless talk. Your home itself will be converted into heaven if you maintain a sublime atmosphere in the home. Safeguard and perpetuate the flame of the lamp of Indian culture. May God bless you all. Hari Om Tat Sat. 7.9 Some parents' role. Sri Swami Chidanandaji. Question. Why do children born of the same parents and brought up in similar manner turn out to be totally different from each other? Given the identical training, surroundings, opportunities and facilities, we find frequently one turning out a wise man and the other a fool. How is this? Answer. This phenomenon results from the operation of several factors. They may be classified into three types of factors. The first of them is the fundamental physical and mental capacity of the individual himself. Even though the external factors of training, of surroundings, of opportunities, environment and other facilities are identical, yet it is the individual's inborn talent, brain power and physical health condition that lays down the limit of the extent to which the growing individual can draw upon these factors, receive them and respond to them in the shape of growth and development. Each mind in this universe differs from the other. The brain capacity varies from individual to individual. Health and strength also differ. Hence, despite all external, social and domestic factors identical, different individuals develop differently. The second cause of factors is more psychological and hereditary. Herein you have to understand a little of the law governing conception of the individual as also of prenatal paternal behavior. The ancient Hindus were adepts in this science and have laid down an elaborate system of rules and regulations, do's and don'ts for the parents to be and also for the expectant mother during the period of her pregnancy. The child that is born is definitely affected by the physical health, the condition of the nervous system and the mood and emotional and psychological state of mother and father at the time of their marital relationship. This neuropsychic background may differ from child to child. Also, the nature and later development of the child is powerfully influenced by the food, the environment, the occupation and the thoughts, emotions and aspirations of the mother during the entire pregnancy period. According to these, does the child turn out to be? Now we come to the most essential and the fundamental factor at the bottom of this phenomenon. It is the Hindu who is fully awake to the significance of this factor. This is called vasana or samskara. It is the impressions of the past experiences that get stored up in the conscience of the individual. Actions done in the past incarnations, experiences undergone in the previous births all get embedded as subtle impressions called purva vasanas in the chitta of man. They form the seeds of his nature. The individual carries them all from one incarnation to the next. They are dormant in the infant and the little child, but they slowly commence to manifest themselves as the individual begins to grow. Eventually these basic qualities tend to manifest themselves fully, notwithstanding whatever environment, training and opportunities the individual may be put into. Ultimately, this is the deciding factor which gives the direction to the personality and the development of the individual to whomsoever he be born, wheresoever he be placed and howsoever he be trained. 7.10 The parent's role. Sri Swami Chidananda. The present situation, the entire modern civilization had engendered a way of life in which parents are responsible for their child's development based only upon material consideration, and never in terms of the spiritual level that is the only real and correct basis. There is a great spiritual dryness in the entire relationship parents have with children. It is based upon ignorance, attachment, and mostly a total identification with the physical aspect. The child is thought of only as a physical being who has come into the family upon this physical plane through our own physical bodies. Therefore, everything is physical. The relationship is totally physical, never spiritual. Humanity itself has lost that vision, and therefore, it is no wonder that when children of the present generation reach adolescence, reach the teenage years or young adulthood, they have no direction. They have no goal or clarity of perception. They have not perceived the meaning of life and are therefore aimless, adrift, without purpose. Their life becomes a wild fling in all directions, trying to get what little happiness or satisfaction they can from this sense experience or that sense experience. It is all sense driven upon the physical level, because they know of nothing better. They have no alternative. They are like children lost in a jungle or a traveler lost in the desert. Yet they are not to be blamed if they are in pursuit of pleasure. The whole modern life is pleasure seeking, sensation seeking. How can you blame the children? That is how they have been brought up, blank, empty inside, yet madly driven in their search for happiness. In childhood they are taught that to have a good time means going to places or doing things or getting objects. And so, children grow up in this delusion. The adults who are produced are at the mercy of things that are outside of themselves. Today our teenagers are a nightmare to their parents, to their teachers, to the society. Their own professors and principals are afraid of them, and the police don't want to be bothered with them. They are a constant headache. Why? Because of a basic error right from the very start. Their life unfortunately was started upon the wrong note. Confusion and chaos are inevitable where there is no goal, no ideal, no sense of direction, no purpose, no vision, where the significance of life, of this grand gift of God, is nowhere within their ken. That is the great error. But even a grain of proper understanding of this world, as it really is, instilled into young people, would grant a rich harvest in terms of happiness and joy. Children, little sparks of divinity, the great ideal put before us from the Upanishads, Bhagavatam, all our great scriptures, says that children are little sparks of divinity that have come into our circle due to some mystical past connection, some karmic connection. They are souls on a great pilgrimage, on their way towards attainment of a divine destiny. Therefore, we have to perceive of them as such, as souls on their way to divine perfection. And whatever we can do in order to help them on their onward journey, their ascent into divinity, is the need of the hour. In what way can we touch the inner depth of being of this little beautiful creature that is to be awakened? Through our affection, through our intuition, through our vibrations. What can we do? It is the impressionable and formative years of childhood that constitute the correct time to set the child going in the right direction, to mold it, to make it wise and aware of its golden life. During the early years, the parents fill the entire world of the child, so that whatever they radiate to it, that is what it receives. That person indeed is the real mother. That person indeed is the real father. That person indeed is the real relative. That person indeed is the real well-wisher, who right from infancy and childhood manages to impart to the child a love for the divine and the divine name. Who is father? Who is mother? Who is relative? Who is well-wisher? That person who right from the very start of your life manages to impart to you a love for that which is high, that which is sublime, a love for God and God's name, who manages to impart devotion. That is what the scriptures have to say about this. Queen Madalasa, an enlightened mother. We also have the lofty example of Queen Madalasa. She made full use of all the privileges her queenly status gave her to cultivate the company of scholars, of people learned in the ancient law. A standing order was given to all the ministers of the royal court that any holy man, any sage, any son must be brought to the palace and presented to the king and queen. And whenever a holy man was presented at court, Queen Madalasa never missed the opportunity of having a little satsang with him, of imbibing whatever spirituality it was her God-given good fortune to receive. So gradually she developed discrimination, right inquiry, philosophical thought and knowledge. Ultimately she became enlightened and was full of inner spiritual awareness. She knew that her aspect as queen was only something secondary, a little temporary part she was playing in this life's drama. But in truth, in reality, she knew she was the ever pure, ever awakened, ever free, ever perfect Atman Nitya Sadha, Nitya Buddha, Nitya Mukta, Nitya Paripurna. Queen Madalasa bore 4 sons, and as she placed them in the cradle, what was the lullaby that she sang to her children? The queen sang to them wondrous wisdom songs. Thou art the ever pure Atman, O beloved child. Thou art the ever awakened Atman. Thou art spotless, the perfection of purity. O my darling baby, thou art that Atman which is beyond darkness, beyond the veil of Maya. Sudhosi Budhosi Naranjanosi. Sudhosi means ever pure. Immaculate Budhosi means ever awakened. Illumined Naranjanosi means spotless. O beloved child, thou art the ever pure, the ever awakened, the ever spotless. Thou art completely free from Maya, free from the illusion of this earth life. Already thou art awakened. So, she put these positive suggestions into the children's consciousness right from their infancy. You are not bound by Maya. You are already beyond illusion. Why not? Born to such a mother, it is no wonder. This was the thought and feeling she gave when she suckled them. And with the milk of the mother came this wisdom milk of Vedantic awareness into the consciousness of the children. And the Upanishads say that as the children grew up, They grew with the radiance of awakened consciousness in their inner being. They not only flourished physically, being royal princes, they also had the good fortune of being blessed with a mother who was an illumined being. They grew up into jnanas. By the time they were 16 they were purna jnanas. 7.11 Some valuable clues to prosperity in the house. Sri Swami Chidanandaji. I have 4 or 5 things that, as a Hindu, I wish to tell you. Where elders are respectfully honored, their prosperity prevails, and where elders, father and mother, grandfather and grandmother, uncles and aunts, are treated with contempt, with harshness, with scant respect, there is no prosperity. These things are not known. So when people are miserable, when people are unhappy, when people lack prosperity, it is not known why it comes about that way. It is brought about by oneself by a total breaking of these laws. And then you try to find out the consequences of the bad situation by looking at the diary, or statistics, or expenditure and income account. Perhaps you blame economic conditions. But, no. You create your bad conditions by breaking the spiritual laws. Where elders are treated with respect and honor, are treated with reverence, there, in that family, in that house, prosperity will abide. In the life of that person who honors his elders, prosperity will always rest. Secondly, where the women of the house are treated with reverence, where they are put upon the pedestal that they deserve, there is prosperity. Where are we all? Where is humanity if it is not for the women? It is the Supreme Mother who is the very source of the whole universe, and where the mothers, the women, are treated with reverence that is due to them, in that house, there is prosperity. And where women are treated with disrespect, unkindness, harshness, prosperity cannot come. Prosperity does not abide in that house where the wife and the mother are made to weep, where tears of women fall. Prosperity takes wings and flies away from that house where woman weeps tearfully. For the women folk themselves, modesty is the magnet of prosperity. For a woman, modesty is the highest ornament. The ornament of a woman, the beauty of a lady, is not in the jewels she wears or in the type of material or the dress she wears. No, that is not beauty. After all, what is the beauty of the body? The moment you take leave of the body, it is just a useless thing here. So the true beauty and grace of a woman is modesty. If a woman is modest, if she is chaste, she becomes worshipful, and prosperity becomes the servant, the handmaid of that family where women are adorned by the ornaments of chastity, modesty and gracefulness. Sometimes it is very pitiable to see women getting unsexed in some of the modern, high-born societies. They are losing their feminine quality. After all, the thing that makes a woman is her feminine quality, her tenderness, her grace, her kindness, her forgiving nature, her forbearing nature. These are the things that make a goddess of a woman. If these are not there, if women are sharp-tongued, if they are caustic, if they are bitter, if they are full of hostility, their prosperity cannot come. It cannot come where a woman wants to be, in all respects, like a male. No. She can claim a certain type of equality, but not equality in all ways. If in this craze for being equal with man, woman loses her grace, her modesty and her chastity, then she has lost the most precious thing that God has given to her. A Vedic declaration says, where women are worshipped, there indeed the gods dance with joy. And where woman loses this right of worship by her own immodesty, their prosperity cannot be. And, last but not the least, where God is worshipped every day, there the whole house becomes blessed with the highest prosperity. All joy, all blessedness, all prosperity comes to that house where God is worshipped regularly. Say thanks when you get up in the morning, for your health, for your body, for a clean mind, for energy in the body to live a life of usefulness to yourself and to all. And in the evening thank God again for the bounty of a good day, for clear weather, fresh air, good health and energy, opportunity to serve and be useful to yourself and to others. If every day there is thanksgiving and you always worship God in your home, there is bound to be prosperity. Where there is worship, in that place, there is the tangible presence of God. And where there is this tangible presence of the deity, what to say of prosperity? Everything that is good, everything that is blessed, will pervade that house and will fill that house. Where God is, all auspiciousness, all blessedness, all prosperity is there as a matter of course, just as luminosity is there, radiance is there, where there is light. So, if you wish to fill yourself with prosperity, be worshipful. Do not make the church alone the place of prayer and worship. Let every house be a center of prayer. Let every house be the abode of God. And, let women be the repository of such virtues as modesty, chastity, purity and graciousness. And let the children of the family and the male members give due respect to the ladies and treat them with kindness. Treat them with courtesy. Treat them with dignity that is due to them. And let the children revere their elders. If these things are followed, if these things are fulfilled, prosperity will become an axiomatic condition. There can be no want. There can be no difficulty. There can be no lack in such a house. This is the ultimate wisdom of the ancients. They say, prosperity is created by the behavior of the human being. Outside factors are secondary factors only. They are not the main factors. End of spiritual life. A perspective. Chapters 6 and 7 of 11 chapters. Thanks and gratitude to the Divine Life Society. The Divine Life https www.7ondaionline.org